our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The greatest event we have in sports described in 2 words. Game 7, the Stars trying to keep their season alive in Rangers baseball. It's a Memorial Day, Monday, a fan jam takeover of Sean and RJ. Great to have you in. Will Chambers, Chris Arnold, you just heard him, the 3-time Hall of Famer. Alec Medford, Joey Erickson. Woo! Happy Memorial Day, guys.
Yeah, happy Memorial. A lot of energy.
A lot of energy
based
here
on what you just
today.
said. Seriously, those 3 things alone, people in North Texas have something to look forward to today.
It is going to be a great day today. We begin it with, quite simply, for those of us that are off of work, that we're going to either a grill out or maybe a barbecue.
Cookout, grill out, barbecue.
There is a difference.
There is a difference. We'll get
right,
into that.
CA?
Mm-hmm. Don't invite me to your barbecue and there's no barbecue.
Right.
I enjoy a cookout.
Don't get them started.
Yeah, don't get me started. But seriously, a cookout is hamburgers and hot dogs. Barbecue, you require some barbecue. Give me some ribs, some brisket, chicken, something. But go ahead.
Hot dogs.
No, that's the cookout.
That's right.
If it's a barbecue, Earl
It's
Campbell
barbecue.
eats
That's right.
sausage.
You know, for those of us, some of us obviously working and happy to do it, happy to be here with you. We will be here until 11:30 here today, taking you all the way up to Rangers baseball as they get set to take on the Detroit Tigers in the Motor City. A little reflection. We get to celebrate life today because of those that have said,
Yes, sir.
we will go for you.
Yes, sir.
I think when I think of Memorial Day each and every year now, the thing I think of the most, we're honoring those that have obviously given us the ultimate sacrifice. I can only put it down personally by saying that it would be somebody saying, Will, I will go. You stay. And for that very reason, we get to celebrate our freedom today. So to all of those who have had family and friends who have served and have given us everything, and in memory of those that have done so, happy Memorial Day.
Happy Memorial Day.
I'm living
And
the
we
nightmare.
appreciate your service if you're still with us.
Correct. Which is why it's so great we have Memorial Day and we have Veterans Day too.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely 2 very worthy holidays to be separated for sure. I'm living the nightmare that we all have in this industry. Okay? We're going to go behind the curtain real quick.
Yeah, pull up a chair. Will, tell us what's really going on, man.
CA,
It's okay. Nobody's listening but us and the Tolos.
CA, you have been doing this
100 years.
for 40 years.
Easily.
For 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
You know exactly what I'm talking about. Of course, he knows because I texted him at 6:20 when I woke up.
What Will is trying to say is in the world of radio, especially if you do morning radio, you think you got up when the alarm clock went off.
Mm-hmm.
You think in your mind your body got up out of the bed and you are on your way to work.
Which on a day like today, beginning at 7 a.m., means that I was set 2 alarms, one of which went off at 4:45. The other one going off at 5:15.
Uh-huh.
Both of which I believe went off. 6:20 is when I got up and looked at my phone and promptly had a heart attack. 877-881-1053. Let's open up the truckwreck.com text line on this Memorial Day Monday. And what is the nightmare you have in your dreams? And it's usually about how something to do with work or about missing something or sleeping through something. But that is where I reside here today. So a classic Mail It In Monday.
Well, we got some real substance for the
I
Tolos.
know we do.
It may be in your mind, but we're going to give quality entertainment and information for all the Tolos.
In the 10 minutes I got here, already some good stuff, right? Joey Erickson is back in the Pimp Cup on the 1s and 2s at Master Control, and that means we get on thin ice, baby.
Yay.
Ahead of Game 6 tonight,
Woo-hoo.
the Dallas Stars looking to stay alive after going down 3-0, winning 2 straight, now coming back to the American Airlines Center tonight, 7 o'clock. can they keep this going and push it to a Game 7? Somewhere 4 other series and teams have come back from. This is different than the NBA and Major League Baseball. NBA, it's never happened.
Yeah, NBA's never happened. In
Major League Baseball, it's done it once.
One time, Red Sox. And in hockey, it's happened 4 times already, right, Joey?
That would be correct.
So we got that coming up.
That'll be at 9 o'clock a.m. on the FM, which means we will have the question of the day. That'll be up at 10:40, as well as whatever Alec has going on. Of course, a CA Stories Confidential. But let us begin with 2 big time when you got playoff. This is the great thing about the NHL and NBA playoffs going on at the same time. Even if you are just a casual sports fan, if you give hockey a chance in the playoffs, you get sucked in. I don't care what game it is. It has a different feel than its counterpart in the regular season that's different than any other sport. And yeah, you may have a Game 7 tonight, and we do, and we're looking forward to it because if we're all honest with each other, none of us have a clue in hell what is going to go on between Boston and Miami. Game 6 will hold every bit of as much intensity between the Stars and the Vegas Golden Knights tonight at the AAC.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've watched more hockey in the past 3 weeks than I have probably in the past 3 years. You know, it's to Will's point, it's so easy to get so invested and the emotions are high. I mean, you see it in the game, you know, the Jamie Benn major penalty. You see tempers flare, you see gloves drop, you see all kinds of drama. You can see Jake Ottinger give up 7 goals in one game, and then the next day, he's only allowing 1 to get past him into the back of the net. Like, there are so many different things going on all at once, and it's hard to wrap my mind around every single thing that's happening. But the fact that we are at a Game 6, when we really probably mathematically should not be for the Dallas Stars collectively, this is exciting. You know, and it felt like they were possibly delaying the inevitable, you know, by winning that Game 4. And it was like, okay, here we go. And then we get Game 5, and it's like, okay, they might be surging.
Well, what I think is wild here is the symmetry that we have between both of these playoff series, right? First 2 games, well fought, right? The only difference being the Heat, obviously, with 2 big upsets in games 1 and 2. And then
Boston.
Both teams that went down 3-0 literally crapped the bed in order to do so. And then, obviously, the Heat have lost 3 straight. The Celtics playing much better. And, Joey, I want to ask you real quick on this because this is something that can't be, I mean, it's obviously subjective in what I was able to determine or what I thought from Game 4, that this team seemed to play with a confidence and a swagger a little bit about themselves that we hadn't seen. And I had wondered, okay, that kind of gives me optimism that, all right, this isn't just we're going to stave off elimination and win Game 4. Feeling good about Game 5. Momentum in hockey, to me, in the playoffs is all about really just who you've got in net. And if they're standing on their head, the old cliche. I wouldn't say Otter is doing that, but do you notice the same thing? The demeanor of the team seemed to change for me, having more confidence in the last 2 games.
Yeah, it looked like they were playing more free. And what probably helped with that was being down 3-0. And I think it's this feeling of, well, who cares? We're supposed to lose at this point. We have nothing to lose. And it also helps that they were able to rally around their captain. They really love Jamie Benn. I know a lot of people were really irritated about what he did in Game 3, but people love him, especially in that locker room. And I think they all rallied around him for these 2 games, and they got the job done. It also helps having 38-year-old Joe Pavelski, who's been there before, and he's been down 3-0. He knows the feeling, and I think they're playing more free. It'll be nice to have Ben back into the lineup, and hopefully they can continue that and force a Game 7.
Well said, Puck Daddy. That's why I call him Puck Daddy. He breaks it down so well. But back on that same topic, what he's talking about, we have a total from the 214 that's co-signing what you said, Joey. He said the fact that they even have a chance is gravy, baby. Not even close to a sweeper now. Basically, a lot of people gave the Stars up for dead. And you saw what happened with Carolina, with the Hurricane getting swept, even though their coach said, well, it really wasn't a sweep. It was a sweep. The problem was a lot of people were like, oh, man, we're going to get swept too. And that's what it looked like in the NBA as well. The Lakers got swept. Oh, man, that might happen with the Celtics. The point we're trying to make is whenever teams overcome that kind of adversity, it's free money. Right now, it's all gravy, as the Tolo texted in. Another quick text, Will, because you had talking about the struggle with the alarm clock. Yeah. We had a Tolo texted in. He says, hey, I'm 52 years old. I've been at work since 3:30 p.m. yesterday afternoon. I get off at 8:30 this morning. Got to be back at work at 3:30 p.m. You can handle this early shift, youngster.
Oh, I certainly can. I've done it many times.
Yes, but it just happens.
Every now and again something happens.
Here's the solution. I came with the solution because like I said, I got burned by this before too, in radio. And in radio, everybody in town knows you if you're running late. This was my solution. I got me an alarm clock that's loud, and I set it in my bathroom where I had to get up to turn it off.
Yeah,
and it's smart. Loud enough where I have to get out of the bed. I can hear it. But I'm actually up in front of the mirror. Might as well brush my teeth and get on out of the house. So that's the solution. Again, it's so easy to just turn off your phone, or turn off your watch or whatever.
Good sushi and good bourbon get me into a very nice, nice.
This is the weekend, man. This is an extended weekend, and nobody's really getting up on a Monday unless you have to. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. We appreciate y'all who are getting up for whatever the reason. And in fact, we've got another Tolo says, 5:30 a.m. alarm went off. I'm dressed in my car by 5:45. 1 hour and 10-minute commute to work from the heartland to Coppell.
All right.
Got you down, 469.
Let us know if you're heading to the AAC tonight.
Yeah.
And rock and rolling. That place, is there any place you would rather be at 7 p.m. tonight than at the AAC? Woo. That thing is going to be on fire. I can't wait to watch it. I can't wait to see the atmosphere. I know a lot of everybody is jacked about it. It's going to be a lot of fun.
You know what's so wild about this? And Joey knows this because literally the AAC was seen of Game 7 just a couple of days ago, about a week and a half ago. So they are used to this, and they're looking forward to this, and everybody's going to be knowing, because we know how to win elimination games.
Do the Heat know how to win elimination games? Because in recent history would show you, just in this series, clearly they did in 3 prior as having played in the play-in game and the NBA playoffs. Can they finally get this done on the road? You want to talk about 2 ruckus environments, the AAC and then TD Ameritrade. Woo!
Yeah, the New Guard.
The Garden.
The Garden. You want to hear something wild? 972 is giving us some props. He says, my brother is convinced that you guys, as in the fan radio station, have the script for sports because he lost a betting on the Heat when all of you guys were saying, we don't know what could possibly happen and Boston might be able to pull this thing off.
Speaking of...
Because we talked about this.
Yeah, speaking of bets, Saturday. I will have a great bet for all of you that like to have a little fun with your friends. Ooh. You know what I mean? Great bet for you today. Yeah, well, no, that's it. I mean, look,
we said it's Saturday.
We're paid to be here to give you like opinions and to, talk about sports in a sense that maybe we know what's going on. We have a good grip. I don't have a grip on anything in this series. I got nothing.
We told people not to do anything. Don't put anything on this game.
No, and then also from the very beginning of these NBA playoffs, I have been absolutely sure in my mind that the Denver Nuggets were going to make it to the NBA Finals. And over the last 2 weeks, it has solidified my belief that they're not only going to get there and win. This series has really changed that because, and we talked about this on Saturday, that what many may not believe or remember back in 2004 was that we all look back, the curse of the Bambino was reversed. The Red Sox, the only team in Major League Baseball history to come back from 3 games down in a playoff series to win. They win the World Series for the first time in a million years. Does anybody even remember who they played in the World Series?
Nobody can remember. It was the St. Louis Cardinals, but tell them about the Cardinals.
The Cardinals were the best team in baseball that year.
Boom.
The best team. When that series had all started, even when the Yankees went up 2 games and 3 games to none, the Cardinals were still really the favorite.
And they were waiting.
They were waiting. And that all changed, not just because of having won 3 games straight, because the games 4, games 5, and game 6 in that series, they were tight. In game 7, the Red Sox smacked the lips
Blew them out the
off
water.
of the Yankees. I mean, they had, I think Johnny Damon had a grand slam.
Yep.
I mean, they were just, they won like 10-2, or they absolutely
outrageous.
destroyed them. And they were a buzzsaw. Nobody was stopping. They went right through the Cardinals.
Mm-hmm.
If Boston comes out, a team that went to the NBA Finals last year, and they just Boston 3 party like they had in Game 5, oh boy.
This is how deep it is. This game is in Boston. All those other Game 7s that the team that came from behind in the NBA to force the Game 7, they had to go on the road. Yeah. Boston is now at home, the home of the Red Sox, where everybody in that town knows miracles can happen. This is also the same nucleus. We're talking about Marcus Smart, Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, and Horford, Al Horford, that blew the only Game 7 at home in Boston Celtics history. They didn't want that twice. They lived it against Cleveland and LeBron. Yeah. That core is like, we ain't going to be the 2-time loser of Game 7 in our own city. That ain't going to happen. I feel bad for Miami, and I love Jimmy Buckets. I wouldn't mind it. I would actually think that the Heat might have a better chance of playing well against the Denver Nuggets than Boston.
I'll tell you what.
And I picked Boston to win it all before the playoffs started.
Jimmy Butler has been averaging 39 minutes per game, Alec.
He is a workhorse, man. And if he can get right, then I truly have no clue what's going to happen tonight. Like, we talked about it on Saturday. We said, if this gets to Game 7, there is no way in hell the Heat can pull this off. I am walking that back because the Heat looked like they kind of figured things out in this Game 6. And
yeah, well, and I don't disagree with that. To me, the biggest question mark is just the Celtics. The Celtics are the better team.
Yes.
They have finally in this series started playing like the better team. I don't trust them.
I
don't trust them at all.
They think they can get away with too much.
Yeah.
They play with their food.
I was just going to set you up for that. You said on Saturday, that is the perfect description of what Boston was doing the first 2 games before they just absolutely laid down in Game 3.
Yep.
Playing with their food. They did it against Philly.
Yeah.
Okay. We're just getting started. We've got a 4.5-hour show. And we're going to have it planned for you next. We start out with some headlines, including things out of the NBA from the previous game on Jimmy Butler, the issues with the foul, the review, and the NBA investigating a referee. Uh-oh.
Burner account.
Woo! All next, just getting started on this Memorial Day Monday here on 105.3 The Fan.
RJ Chop.
This segment on The Fan is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, you should contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com, or you can call 214-333-3333.
Will Chambers, Chris Arnold, Alec Medford. It's a Fan Jam takeover of Sean and RJ here on this Memorial Day Monday. Joey Erickson back in the cup, as well as Ryan Couture, who I just learned is back there. Hey, Ryan. And we're streaming. If you'd like to watch on twitch.tv/DallasFanCam. Alec, during the break, obviously, after we talked about that, I got in here 10 minutes before the show, woke up about 40 minutes beforehand. It's like, oh, by the way, we're on. So hello to the Twolos. I'll be logging on here in a moment because I love checking out what they have going on. So you can find us there again, twitch.tv/DallasFanCam and YouTube. The Rangers get the series win as we hit you on some headlines here on this Memorial Day Monday. They get the series win. You know, Cody Bradford gives up 2 in the first inning. Rangers end up getting the game tied eventually at 2, only to give it up in the bottom of the 8th inning. They fall 3-2, but nonetheless, we still have a Rangers team, Alec Medford, that is the best offense in baseball. Raise your hand if you had that one.
Yeah, my hand is currently down as we are an audio medium, but this is still, like, even with the loss, you want the sweep. Of course, sweeps in Major League Baseball are really fun, but you talk about the Baltimore Orioles. This was a team that had a better record, and in terms of Major League standings, were better than you whenever you came in to the city. And you take 2 of 3 from these guys, and you surpass them at some point in the process after that second game as the second best team in Major League Baseball in terms of win-loss record. So this is still a very important series win despite the loss, and it wasn't even a terribly ugly loss either. Cody Bradford in his second major league outing, 5 innings, just 2 earned runs across 5 hits, 5 strikeouts, just 1 walk. It was better than the Atlanta Braves major league debut just because that lineup, I would not want to debut against that Atlanta Braves lineup.
Talk about a tall task.
Yeah, that was not a soft landing.
Welcome to Major League Baseball. Here are the Atlanta Braves.
Yeah, when Chris Woodward was in town, he used the phrase soft landing a lot. That was not exactly a soft landing for Mr. Bradford. But he looked better, and the bullpen really wasn't awful. All things considered, you just saw 1 more run given up after Cody Bradford was pulled. Cole Reagans kind of gave you everything he had. Josh Spores looked good with 2 strikeouts. I mean, you kind of got everything you could ask for except for the win in the win column.
Unfortunately, that's how baseball goes. That's what Wash used to say. And after the game, Bruce Bochy said, that's baseball. Because literally, they hit the ball hard. The offense is impressive. Like you said, it leads the major leagues. But they could not get that ball to fall into the gaps for nothing. There was like situations that ended into double plays. It was like, damn, how did that happen? So it's just the way, that's how baseball goes sometimes. And again, they still won the series, but it would have been nice to get the sweep. The Rangers are on fire. That's all you have. That's all you really need to know. Even though they lost this one game, they are on fire. Some news off the field that people want to know about. Dane Dunning returns on Wednesday from his maternity leave.
Okay,
He'll be back on the mound. He and his wife had a little baby boy. Congratulations
to the Dunham family. Today it'll be Nathan Eovaldi taking the bump for the Rangers as they're in Detroit. The Tigers coming off of taking 3 of 4 from the White Sox. They've won 6 of 10 in second place in the AL Central. Eovaldi with a terrific start to his season. 6-2, a 2.6 ERA, a whip under 1. He'll be going up against Matthew Boyd. An ERA just below 6, so not quite the start there. A little bit of a difference between these two, but the bats were definitely alive for the Rangers. And CA, as you pointed out, they didn't necessarily get too quiet yesterday. They just didn't land in the right spot. Right. So the Rangers looking to continue where they are, ahead in the AL West, 3rd best record in the American League.
And if they had beaten Baltimore, they'd already beaten them on Saturday, and if they had beaten them again, they were at the 2nd best record, and they fell to 3rd best because Baltimore's got the 2nd best. So it's not like they lost to the A's, which they have done before.
Do you guys like streaks?
Clear the Astros, by the way.
You like streaks?
I love streaks.
Let's go streaking.
Marcus Semien has a 17-game hitting streak.
Right.
Hello.
So
Okay.
if you want to talk about the bats coming alive, there you go. There's one of my favorites right now.
Here's one other thing. The Rangers' only weakness, their kryptonite, is their bullpen. You can't really trust them. Maybe Will Smith, you kind of sort of trust, maybe shows some signs of life. Baltimore's closer, Felix Bautista, this dude threw 5 pitches faster than 100 miles an hour, got his 13th save by mowing down Garcia, Young, and Heim. Bump in the ninth. And that was it.
I've also just learned we're in the expressway, so buckle in, baby, as we take you for the next 25 straight minutes without a break. So love that. And you'd think I would know that, being that I'm listening to the expressway every single morning here on Sean and RJ, but it's a fan takeover as we're here with you, and I'm just learning things here on the job. Some more headlines as we turn our attention Before you get to those headlines, you know the Tolos are up and listening. We appreciate y'all riding shotgun. 877-881-1053. That's the truckwreck.com text line. Here are some of the comments from the Tolos. 97, as you gather your material, as the 970 says, on the way to fire up the smoker, Bama Breeze Barbecue, Fort Collins, Colorado, RMFT. 214 says, my dad thinks that the beer companies own the NFL and it's all scripted to sell more beers. Ha 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 ha. The 972 says, I will be at the Stars game tonight. Let's go Stars. Let's get this dub. 214 says, I can't wait to be in my seats when the Stars take the ice. I'll be there too. Love it.
817 says, got up at 4:50 this morning to get the ribs and the pig butt going. Kind of regretting it right now because I'm kind of tired. 214 says, I'm off today, but had to go to Whataburger to get my breakfast burgers. Whataburger. Go get you some. That's from Jeff. 214 says, been at work since 10 o'clock last night. I'm going to Tolo with y'all until I go to sleep later today. There you go.
I love it. Thanks for hanging with us. 877-881-1053 on the truckwreck.com text line. Liam Hendricks was diagnosed with stage 4 non-Hodgkin lymphoma in early December. He has completed his final round of chemotherapy, did so in early April, and the Chicago White Sox reliever will be reinstated to the active roster today.
Very nice.
Awesome stuff there.
So cool.
The NBA says no issues with the foul on Jimmy Butler or the review.
You mean the 3-point?
Yeah. Okay, here's one thing. So we're watching the game at this moment, though, at a party and couldn't really hear the sound. So as we're watching it, it's almost like we're giving the commentary without having what's being told to Kevin Harlan and crew. And so when we saw on the TV, the call was overturned. We're like, oh, all right, they're saying it's a 2. What we failed to realize is that the Celtics had actually challenged the play in order to get more time on the clock, and that's when they changed it from a 2-point shot to a 3.
Yeah, they looked at his feet, and his feet were definitely behind the 3-point arc, and it allowed him to shoot 3 critical, crucial free throws, which saved his poor game. Jimmy Butler is Jimmy Buckets normally, but for Miami that night, dude, Friday night, he couldn't put a rock in the ocean. He was building his own mansion in South Beach, but he stood at the line and made those 3 free throws. And when they, as you mentioned, when they reviewed the play, they looked at the clock to see, wait a minute, it's not 2-point-something seconds left. It's 3 full seconds left.
Yeah.
And you know what happened after that? One of the most incredible plays in NBA playoff history. In fact, only the second time in history that a last-second shot, a buzzer beater, we're talking about the putback by Derek White, the second time in history it's ever happened on a team that was facing an elimination. The only other time, Michael Jordan, when he knocked off the Cleveland Cavaliers. And so that's a legendary play now.
Yeah.
But had they not challenged it and reviewed the play, it might not have been 3 seconds on the clock.
Did you guys think like I did that, oh, he didn't get that off? And then they immediately had the replay and you're like, oh, he damn sure did.
Yep. I swear in real time, I was like, nope, that's game.
That's game.
We have a final set. Let's go, baby. It's finally over. Don't have to keep talking about this messy back and forth with the Celtics. And then, nope, we go to replay. He clearly got it. It hit the backboard before the buzzer even went off.
To show you how meant to be that had to be, he threw the ball in bounds. For those who aren't familiar with the play, they had 3 seconds on the clock, the Celtics, to try to win it or try to win it. They were down by 1. And literally, Derek White threw the ball in bounds to Marcus Smart, the only guy who happened to be open. He shot a 2. It rimmed out to the left. Derek White had run from out of bounds a straight line, like a layup line, to the basket. Nobody was near him. He put it back in, and it right at the buzzer. Here's what's so wild. Had it rimmed out to the right instead of the left, game's over. Because Marcus Smart, it was a nice shot, but it just rimmed out.
Yeah.
And let's say
instead it was clean.
If it rimmed out harder, well, guess what? It would have been over his head because Derek White is like 6 foot tall. It's crazy. That shows you, like, wait a minute. The Lord, or somebody with a script, wanted a Game 7.
I mean, yeah, and you can't say Jimmy Butler, did not have a great game. I mean, he really looks like he's just kind of spent, to be honest.
He's carrying the whole damn team.
But damn, that final 2 minutes, I mean, it was like Jimmy Butler's going to go do this on his own.
Yeah, because they were down
on his own.
They were down by 10 points. Miami was down by 10 points with 4 minutes left to play. I was about to swallow some water. 4 minutes left to play, and then all of a sudden, Jimmy Buckets goes to work. And we've seen this time and time again. In fact, one of the most legendary performances when the Heat was in the finals against the Lakers in the bubble, and you saw him being interviewed by Rachel Nichols after one of those games, and he was spent. He was doubled over. It's like somebody get a stretcher to take him back to the locker room. This dude deserves a wheelchair, AD. Yeah, I said
AD. Shots fired.
Shots fired.
Stay tuned here for a moment before this NBA second story here. We've got a ticket giveaway coming up. I'll tell you about that in just a moment. The NBA has opened an investigation into longtime referee Eric Lewis. Why, may you ask?
LeBron.
A Twitter account that responded to numerous posts on league officiating and defending Lewis and other NBA referees. That's why. The account in question, which has since been deleted,
burner,
was listed under a username Blair Cutliff. The handle Cutliff Blair. They believe it could be a burner account. We've got NBA officials with burner accounts.
Isn't that wild? There was the general manager of the Philadelphia 76ers about 5 or 6 years ago, Brian Colangelo. He had a burner account. That's my wife's account. On this particular case, the referee's saying, his brother saying, no, that's my account. No, it's your account. It's not the brother. It is you. And LeBron.
Kevin Durant.
Yeah, everybody, but Kevin Durant, everybody knows that. But LeBron's the one that called it out. I mean, they were investigating it, but LeBron put it on his Twitter with an emoji of a piece of crap and said, what's this crap about this ref? And then he had the link to the story.
I feel like this is happening a lot more than we know. There's got to be people who are just better at keeping this a secret and know how to control it. And so many players have it too. I saw Jalen Green was on Paul George's podcast, and they asked him about the idea of people, anytime you have a great game as a young player, the guy's only like 20, you have a great game, everybody loves you on Twitter. You have a bad game, everybody wants you to go to China. What do you think of that? He's like, oh, I see it all. He's like, I got burners. He's like, I see it. Yeah. He was like, I see it. I hear it. And he was like, and I respond to some of it. He was like, you just don't know it.
See, that's how they protect themselves, because it doesn't make them seem thin-skinned if they have a burner. And this ref in particular.
Yeah, because it's not you defending yourself. It's somebody else.
In the ref's case, every single thing. And the people that followed was just his closest friends and his wife. I mean, dude, you told on yourself. You're definitely not a pro when it comes to burner accounts.
If you had a burner account, what would be the thing that you would be saying on it to defend yourself?
Ooh.
What's the thing you wanted to have the record set straight on?
AM on the FM is the greatest segment on the fan. Every day.
I don't think people are disbelieving that.
I'll just stand strong. I will plant my flag and I will die on that hill.
Joey, you're
for fun
on social media quite a bit. What would your burner account be defending?
Oh, man. I have no clue, to be honest. I'm going to have to chew on that one for a little bit.
I can't skate since I've been 2 years old.
Yeah, just tweet out little videos of me that my dad recorded.
There you go.
How did he get these?
Oh, my gosh. I'd probably say something like, I don't think he's that big of a D-bag. I really don't.
We
were at the fan hang.
I think a lot of people could do that.
Remember, we were at the fan hang for the Stars game.
Yeah.
And shout out to the Tolos that came out. And Sonny, were you sitting there when Sonny was just like, people tell us that you're such a D. Not the 4-letter D. Like, I don't even know. I'm sure I could say douche on the radio. But you're really not. And I go, well, thank you, Sonny. I appreciate that. That would be the one thing there. All right.
Oh, wait, I'm changing mine.
Oh? Okay.
That my nipples are not pierced. Because
of
Zach
they
Wolchuk
started that rumor.
Yeah, Zach Wolchuk and Eric
yes.
Chiafalo. I seriously had a Tolo walk up to me when I was talking with Bobby, and he introduced himself, shook my hand. Are they actually pierced? I swear that was the first question he asked me, and I'm like, this is my reality.
Thank you. With it.
Thank you, Wolchuk and Chiafalo. And I was like, I'm wearing a pretty tight shirt. Like, and he was like, no, you took him out.
Let me say this real quick before you ask the Tolos. The reason that even came up is because Alec does not look like he even has a tattoo.
I have 7.
And yet he's got several. And so he looks like he looks so mild-mannered.
But
you would not imagine him.
Exactly. But if you look at him right now, like with t-shirt on, so you can see the tats kind of coming out.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Alec's been growing out his hair
for
a while.
Yeah,
like it used
Boston
to be really
Nick
short.
didn't recognize me.
Yeah,
I was kind of sad for a second.
Which, by the way, that is a great salad, red salad you got going on right there. That should not be cut for. I mean, maintain maybe, but
yeah,
I'd keep that for a minute.
I'm trying to catch up to Chiafalo.
So back in the day, and Alec is 21. So back in the day when the nosebleeds came up with these nipples piercings, it was because he looked like he was 12 years old. And yet he had sleeved tattoos. And it's like, what? So it's like, y'all don't even know. This dude even has pierced nipples. It's like, what? Because he can barely shave.
Also runs a 4.340.
Yes.
Back in the day, I got a calf strain I'm dealing with right now.
To this day.
Yeah, I got that Dak Prescott calf strain.
Mm-hmm. Anybody in here Aerosmith fans?
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
Big fan of their ride at Disney World.
This is their last tour, right?
Their ride at Disney?
What?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, they have a roller coaster at Disney World.
Really?
Yeah.
Dream On?
Yeah.
Dream On!
It's cool. Like, you start off in a little recording studio, and they have, like holograms of them
no
recording.
kidding.
Yeah,
really?
And then you go on this roller coaster ride with
that's
them.
Cool.
Quote,
is
unquote.
there any song... Okay, so, all right, I just turned 44. I grew up in the... in the 80s and 90s with, dude looks like a late, that
that
Vacation.
Yeah.
Oh, the album, something Vacation. Great album. And then you had, their 90s stuff. To me, it couldn't be more of a departure from their biggest hit and how they first began in Dream On.
Right. Dream On in the 70s. And then all of a sudden after that, one of their biggest hits was Walk This Way.
Yeah.
And then they did the duet with Run DMC. And they keep coming back after a lot. And then they start doing movie themes.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Armageddon.
Right.
They are on their farewell tour. And if you want tickets right now, pick up that phone, baby. Caller 10 wins a pair of tickets to see Aerosmith. 877-881-1053. The Rock Royalty along with special guests. The Black Crowes are teaming up to rock out the AAC on November 7th. Get tickets now and information at livenation.com. But again, caller 10 gets a pair right now.
Their lead guitarist, Joe Perry, he came to a Mavericks game one time. I mean, in the last 10 years, maybe it's 15 years because Cuban had bought the team and everybody's schmoozing up Cuban. If they come to the game, they might get a movie deal or something. He was just in town for a concert or something. And I was like, that's damn Joe Perry. Look, I've always wanted to meet Steven Tyler.
Oh, yeah.
Or his daughter.
Liv, yeah. Not
He's
bad.
Beautiful.
Yep.
But, man, Joe Perry's he's a rock legend.
That is, dude. And they have a look to them where just
they
even
look
if
like
you
rock
didn't know who they
stars.
are, you're like, that's definitely a rock star.
Yeah.
That's a rock star. There's no question. And
Amazing.
Steven Tyler, he's the first rock star that started putting the scarves on the microphone stand, and that was his little deal.
Iconic.
And they used to say back in the day, he was the Boston Mick Jagger because he had the thick lips like Mick Jagger.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure for many years, maybe still now, that they probably smoke a lot of marijuana before going out and doing their show.
Oh, back in the day, they probably did. They all went to rehab, and that's why they're still alive.
Well, that now makes them having something in common apparently with free agent running back Le'Veon Bell.
What?
What a segue.
The former Pittsburgh Steeler and New York Jet admitted that he smoked marijuana before NFL games. Bell, this coming from ESPN News Services, who last played in the NFL in 2021, opened up about the topic on the Steel Here podcast. We played from 2013 to 2017 for the Steelers. Looking back on this, that's what I did. When I was playing football, I smoked, bro. Even before the games, I'd smoke and go out there and run for 150, 2 touchdowns.
You know what? This explains his running style. Deliberate, slow, methodical.
The hesitation?
Yeah, like, whoa.
Oh, it just opened up.
Yeah, he was so damn patient.
So patient.
It was like, this guy, it's like everything is in slow motion for him.
Yeah, and
now
with
we know.
Very quick first step, which allowed him to get through that hole once it would eventually open. But yeah, he had that kind of just hesitation, wait, boom, go.
Mm-hmm. No wonder in his locker after the games he had like 10 bags of Fritos and chips.
Slamming Doritos.
Man. That's why the game of football looks so easy and slow to him. Because everything around him was so slow.
Mm-hmm. So those are some of your headlines. CA has something interesting in what we look at as the top NFL free agents.
Ah, yes.
At each position.
Listen to this. This is kind of wild. Who would have thought 2 years ago Ezekiel Elliott and DeAndre Hopkins would both be without a job? Think about it. At the same time.
Wild, man.
Just 2 years ago. I mean,
wild.
You know, eventually, at least Zeke for sure, okay, they're running him into the ground. At some point, he's got to go. He even knew at some point they're probably going to cut me because of the way my contract is structured. He's always been fully aware of that. But D-Hop and Zeke, who literally maybe 4 or 5 years ago were the top position players of they're now.
I still think D-Hop is. I don't know why and how we're still sitting here at this very moment and DeAndre Hopkins is not with his team.
Listen, the rumor right now is he could be going to the Cleveland Browns. Have you heard of that?
Mm-hmm.
And of course, that would reunite him with Deshaun Watson. And
Gross.
Those two were just doing, we're talking about on the field.
Well put. Yeah.
So can you imagine the Cleveland Browns having those two with what they already had before? We're talking about Deshaun Watson, who now knows the offense and can play the game as opposed to the end of the season.
That's still an assumption.
If it
I'm not saying I disagree, but man, it's one thing not to know the offense, but it never really, I mean, it was ugly and it stayed ugly all year. I mean, that's a lot of time off from football, and I'm wondering, can he get it back?
He looked lost. He really did. And that's the one team I'm so excited to follow because of that. I want to see how he embraces that offense, and I want to see if they embrace him. Because it felt like that was the running backs team last year, even when he came back. That was the two-headed monster. It was all the run game. And, of course, Watson can run too. But I want to see if this is like Watson's offense now. I don't know if they're going to lean into that. Maybe they try it at the beginning of the year, and they're like, dude, you can't do it. It needs to be a run-first offense. I want to see how it shakes out. I'm really excited to see that.
I agree with everything you're saying, and the reason why I'm agreeing with you is because we had a report yesterday talking about how the Jets are going to excel because not only do they have Aaron Rodgers and all they needed was the quarterback, but they're bringing his offensive coordinator who he's had forever, Nathaniel Hackett. With that being said, here's Deshaun Watson going to Cleveland with none of his quote-unquote coaching support system. And I'm like, maybe it was such a mashup that, you know, him learning
getting
what they're
reacclimated to
right. And we're talking about 2.5 years. So again, he might actually get better, or then again, it might be a total mess.
Look, when he left the game, he was arguably one of the best quarterbacks in it. I mean,
which is why he got that
put
money.
him in the elite status.
Yep, no question.
And you don't play for that long a period of time, it could be hard to get it back. But
so Jeff Kerr with CBS Sports, their NFL writer, overnight came up with this list. And people do love lists. Top players still available at each position. And I just glanced at this thing and was surprised at some of the names. I mentioned Ezekiel Elliott. He's their number one running back available. Still available. I mentioned D-Hop. DeAndre Hopkins, who was cut Friday, is the number 1 wide receiver available. Can you gentlemen guess who the number 1 quarterback is still available? I will give you a hint.
Will Levis.
He's got a Super Bowl.
Oh, no, wait, he did get drafted.
No, we're talking about
That was sorry. Couldn't help it.
He's still in the green room.
Yeah.
That's a Kentucky guy keeping up with his name. For those who do not know, he did get drafted eventually by the Tennessee Titans. The quarterback that's the top quarterback still available actually has a Super Bowl ring.
Nick Foles?
Nope.
Nope, it's the guy he filled in for,
Ding, ding,
Carson
ding,
Wentz.
ding.
Yeah.
Carson Wentz
Wow.
is still
That's
available.
right.
Isn't
Now
that
I
something?
do remember because I heard last week that he was willing to take a possible backup job.
That's all he's going to get.
Well, yeah, but
He better be willing to.
Okay, so that's what make me look at this list and go, oh, this is full of all kinds of surprise names you never thought of. The number 1 tight end still available. I'll give you a hint. He was catching the ball from a guy that just retired officially a few months ago.
Ooh.
so that's not Matt Ryan.
So he was a Buck.
Yes,
Cameron Brate.
that's it. He's still out there. The number 1 offensive tackle still available. Here's your hint. He could have been, if he had been signed, still blocking for the kid from Ryan Tannehill, or the kid from Kentucky who may get his job.
Oh,
Not everybody knows these linemen, but maybe
it's not like Lewin.
Yes, Taylor Lewin.
Lewin. Okay.
Look at you.
I saw he said on a podcast, I think he's contemplating retirement. So because he's been real
I think
beat
the
up.
5 ants just kicked in.
Yeah. Like,
Number 1 defensive end still out there. Just won a Super Bowl ring in February.
Defensive
I give you a
end.
hint. His 13.5 sacks in the playoffs are
Oh,
the 3rd
Clark?
most. Yes, Frank Clark.
yeah.
I didn't know Frank Clark was not a Chief anymore.
Stay out of the
Well, he's a
neutral
free
zone,
agent.
man.
Seriously.
He made the Pro Bowl 3 of the last 4 years too.
Yeah, he's still a good player. He's
Could have
just
been another ring for the Chiefs that he
boneheaded
Okay.
player
So-
sometimes.
Yeah. The
Boy,
number
he was
one,
good in the playoffs.
the number
Oh, yeah.
1 free agent edge rusher still out there. He's also a / outside linebacker. We're saying this because I'm saying both to make sure that Micah understands that's the Cowboys going to label him,
Yeah.
even though he wants to be called an edge rusher because that's where the money is. This dude was edge rushing for the Rams with Aaron Donald in the middle.
Oh. Oh man, what's his name?
He's only 30 years old.
Oh, that's the former Bear. Is
Yeah.
it the former Bear, Floyd?
Yeah, Leonard
yeah,
Floyd.
Leonard Floyd.
You guys know your
Wow.
stuff.
I knew it was Leonard
The
something.
Leonard Floyd thing is interesting because he didn't really live up to what the Bears thought he was going to be. Then he goes to the Rams, and he's had a good few years for them.
Mm-hmm.
How old is he? He can't be. He's not 30. He's got to be like 27.
He says he's only 30.
Oh, he must have been drafted somewhat. No, maybe. I guess he's been in the league long enough.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he had a good enough year last year to where I can't believe he's still available.
Number 1 cornerback still available. It's like, here's the hint about him.
Darrell Revis.
No. Revis Highland. You know, he's a hired gun. This guy's kind of following the career path of Darrell Revis because he's all over the place because he's good.
Oh.
And I'll give you the hint. He's played for a lot of teams lately because either he's going to get you a pick 6 or he's going to get burned. It's one or the other.
Marcus Peters.
Ding, 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 ding,
Okay.
ding.
Yeah.
It's always, that's how we deter, like he and Ramsey were both like the quote unquote risk takers.
Yes.
More so Marcus Peters than Ramsey.
Number 1 safety still out there. Aaron Rodgers was his quarterback forever until Rodgers went to the Jets. This is like safety. So he played with Green Bay.
Oh.
And he's got a bunch of burn marks on his back too. He's in the
Number 1
Gauze
safety.
unit.
Man, it's not Adrian Amos?
Yes! You guys are just on
Okay.
fire.
Okay.
And finally, this is going to be an obvious one because I think Cowboy fans, or at least everybody on this station, has been talking about this. Once Jerry and Steven and Will and Bones to sign him. The number one kicker still available. He's 40 years old.
Oh, Robbie Gould.
Ding, 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 ding. Let me show you how good he is. Last season, 50 out of 51 extra points. He still has never missed a kick. A kick, period, with a T. Period. In the playoffs, he's 29 out of 29 on field goals, 39 out of 39 on extra points. How is this man still available?
You know what? That is, we talk about this in regards to the NBA and basketball, that ball don't lie.
Mm-hmm.
However you want to turn him, it ball don't lie either, because the Bears stupidly got rid of him.
Yeah, and
then
to
all of
the
a sudden
49ers.
they turn into a hot mess, double doink out of the playoffs. Thank you
Right.
very much.
Uh-huh. And he goes to the 49ers, and the 49ers are contenders all the time. And
He can't kick
believe.
pass.
In fact, at one point, the 49ers put the franchise tag on a kicker.
I know. I think the issue now with Robbie is that he doesn't have the distance anymore. I think it's like,
Yeah, that's it.
50
Bobby
and
Bell was
on,
talking
it's
about
not.
that.
Okay, yeah.
And that's
see,
why the Cowboys won't look that direction.
No,
Because
they are
they've
fascinated
Oh
with.
my
They've
God,
proven time and again that
Maher.
they'd rather have a guy that can kick 65 and miss
Yeah.
a few 30-yarders in the process.
That's
No
crazy.
doubt. That is the Expressway, folks. Thanks for buckling in with us. Let's open up hour number 2. It's a Fan Jam takeover here of Sean and RJ on this Memorial Day Monday. Game 6, history, how it is somewhat on the side of the Dallas Stars. We'll tell you why next here on The Fan.
Join me and the rest of the G-Bag Nation.
studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
It's an hour 2 of the Fan Jam Takeover. That is the voice of a 3-time Hall of Famer planting that flag here on this Memorial Day Monday. Chris Arnold, Alec Medford, I'm Will Chambers. Joey Erickson back in the cup. Ryan Couture is on your video. We are streaming live on twitch.tv/Dallas FanCam. Shout out to you, Twolos, there, as well as on YouTube or anywhere else you may be here on 105.3 The Fan or the Odyssey app. We've got history in the making today on 2 fronts. Coming up, we'll get into the NBA element. Game 7 tonight. The greatest 2 words that we have in sports, the greatest event that we can have, and that is happening in the NBA in the Eastern Conference Finals. But we begin this hour talking about these Dallas Stars who are looking to get to that point and where history is more on their side, certainly more, as we talked about earlier, than in Major League Baseball. Then it's only happened once. It's never happened in the NBA. Could happen tonight. But I found this to be fascinating. Now, we know that 4 times in the National Hockey League, in the playoffs, you'd have teams that have come back and won after being down 3-0. Did you know that there has been only 5 unsuccessful comebacks? And I mean by ones that pushed it to a Game 7 and lost.
So
only 5.
So 4 out of 9 times it's been successful.
Yes. Back in 2011, it happened twice. Detroit Red Wings were trailing 0-3 to the San Jose Sharks, came back, but eventually lost. The Blackhawks in the Western Conference quarterfinals were able to come back from a 3-0 deficit to push to a Game 7 against Vancouver, but the Canucks ended up winning. The teams that have been able to climb that mountain, the last time, and this is really... And Joey, correct me if I'm wrong here on this one. The most incredible postseason by a team probably in NHL history. In 2014, the LA Kings go down 3-0 to the San Jose Sharks.
The Shark Ride.
Against Joe Pavelski.
That's right. Pavs was playing for the Sharks.
They come back and not only went, this is in the first round of the playoffs.
8 seed.
An 8 seed that goes on to win the Stanley Cup. And in doing so, winning a record, let's see how many it was. 7 elimination games in the playoffs.
They did it the hard way.
Yeah, they had...
Now, 4 of them, obviously, in that one series.
Yeah, but still.
They had 3 other ones.
Talk about pressure.
Yeah, well, they had a really great goaltender at the time, too. It's one of the greatest in American history. And Jonathan Quick, who's actually on this Vegas team. He's the backup for Aiden Hill.
Oh, he knows.
He was their goaltender that got extremely hot. And, and they made a run. And obviously, they got 2 cups out of that group in general because they won a couple years later. But it's a hard way to live, but some teams are able to do it. And you look at the Panthers team, it's a very similar type run where Panthers went down 3-1 against Boston, best team in history in terms of points and whatnot, and now they have just blew through the rest of the East. Los Angeles, a little bit more of a struggle through the Western Conference, but 2 similar teams where they're having a goaltender that's a veteran that has gotten extremely hot in Bobrovsky, and then they had Jonathan.
Well, they're also doing that during the Blackhawks run, too.
You mentioned the Bruins. The word is tonight, no Bruins allowed in the Garden with the Celtics game. I'm serious. They're saying in Boston because the way they choked.
Yeah.
They don't want any Bruins. They don't want any Bruins in the building.
Town.
Oh, just like the actual. That's such
because
a
the Celtics host.
Yeah.
The Celtics are hosting the Miami Heat.
You're not allowed in the building. I was thinking like nobody coming in with like Bruins sweaters or something like that. They don't actually want any members of the team in there.
None of the team. Nobody there. No. And you remember
They're
it was Florida. The Florida
huh?
Panthers are there in Miami anyway. I mean, you know what I'm saying? You don't know. It's very personal.
That's a level of petty that I can respect. I like it.
It also happened in 2010. The Philadelphia Flyers in the Eastern Conference semis were down 3-0 to the aforementioned Boston Bruins. They were able to come back and win. 1975, the Stanley Cup quarterfinals. The New York Islanders, obviously before splitting conferences, were down 3-0 to the Pittsburgh Penguins, came back, and once in the Stanley Cup final, the Toronto Maple Leafs, 42. This might be the last. Is this the last time they won a cup?
What is it, 42?
Yeah. I just know
think
that
it's
that
close.
long
It's
suffering.
been like 60 years. It's been pretty close. I think it may have been the 50s the last time they won.
That's the only time a team has come back from a 3-0 deficit in the final, and the Maple Leafs did so in taking the cup away from the Detroit Red Wings. Now, we were talking a little bit earlier about the things that have changed a little bit in regards to what I perceived as their demeanor and swagger. You know, a couple weeks ago, we were talking, Joey, we had you on the Fan Jam, and we were asking you, what are the things that they're not really getting right?
That way it was 1967.
Okay. So
crazy. That's a drought
Still
longer than the
long time.
Cowboys.
Yeah.
Boy. That's like Cowboy fans, you could be the Maple
I'm
Leafs.
pretty sure that's the longest active streak in major sports.
Yep.
Man alive.
And they had so many titles previously. 24
The
championships.
sloppiness, the Stars seem to be playing
13,
a little
my bad,
bit more disciplined. That they have been really sloppy, I think, as you put it. A lot of open pucks in the neutral zone where Vegas was able to capitalize really quickly and get down with some really good scoring chances, and that is something we have not seen in the last two games.
Yeah, giveaways are very important, especially at the opposing blue line. And I think the Stars have made a more concerted effort to get pucks in deep now. That's the big cliche, right? In the game of hockey, hey, let's get pucks in deep behind their defense and then we'll go to work. But it really rings true, especially with the big defense that Vegas has. It's important to get them turning around and facing their own net. And when the Stars can do that, they can kind of, hinder the Vegas Golden Knights rush attack, because it is very good. I mean, the Stars are the best team on the rush in the playoffs left. But if you turn the puck over the blue line and you don't have people back, I mean, it makes
that's
it so
been the
much
biggest
easier.
difference. Not
the odd
is
man
that right?
rushes. Yeah, I mean, the amount of odd man rushes the Vegas has scored on is really big in this series. I mean, how many times I look up, it's a 3-on-2, it's a 2-on-1 because the Stars get caught in the offensive zone. And Pete DeBoer has also mentioned it because the Stars have not been a good second period team this year, which is actually kind of opposite of how they have been in recent years, is because of the long change. They're making bad changes. So it's one thing because basically your bench is farther away from your own net. So if you make a bad change, then you're leaving, 2 or 3 guys hung out to dry. And then Vegas has, numbers going the other way, and they've capitalized a lot on it.
Now they're getting Jamie Benn, their captain, back after missing the last 2 games from suspension, and they've been playing clearly some very different hockey. So what is he bringing to what has looked like a different attack now that he's able to play in Game 6 and hopefully Game 7?
Well, hopefully he can bring, physicality, but be a little more disciplined than he was in Game 3. He's still a phenomenal power forward. Say what you want. He had 78 points this year. It was a nice resurgence for him from he hasn't really looked like himself the past few years, but he's extremely good in the playoffs. He is such a factor when he's out there because he can get into the mind. It's the intimidation factor, and he's going to help a guy like Wyatt Johnston too, or a 21-year-old now that's just beginning his Stanley Cup playoff career. I think reuniting them will kind of give the Stars another line, because I think they've been missing their 3 lines that they were really had going in that Seattle series. It's going to give them another line again.
We got a Tolo who's a Stars fan from the 940. He's got a theory. He says, I think what you say about Jamie Benn's dirty hit, ironically, it worked because it's rallied the troops. Damn it, I think they're going to pull it off.
And to the point of Jamie Benn being maybe like a rally cry here for the Dallas Stars, Pete DeBoer said yesterday to the media he's an angry bear walking around waiting to play again. I think he's on pins and needles. He's not really a good spectator, so I think he's really excited to play. So sounds like we have it, for better or worse, an angry Jamie Benn waiting to play.
They've also been without Dodonov too.
Yeah, Daddy.
Since early in Game 3.
Was it lower body?
Yeah, lower body. And
Can you
he's been
specifically
really good.
tell us, since you guys are so vague, I say you guys because you're Puck Daddy.
Yeah, no one knows. That's like one of the issues that people have is it's never specific. No one knows.
Could be his ankle or his butt.
I want to say it was one of his
ice toe.
Yeah, I want to say it was one of his
toe.
knees. I think he ran into, I can't remember who it was. It may have been Rope Hintz in like game 3 or something. They ran into each other and collided. But yeah, they are very non-specific.
damage.
They don't want you knowing anything.
Yep.
Playing at home. This is not one of the teams that has been, I mean, home ice, I think, in playoff hockey just doesn't mean as much. It's great atmosphere and all that kind of stuff, but I mean, history has shown just numbers-wise that it doesn't mean like it does in other sports. But what the difference on them playing at home than playing at Vegas? One, we talked, and I thought this was fascinating the other day. Well, the ice. How much better the ice is.
That's funny with the acrobats.
Not quite as choppy.
RJ?
And then you have Ottinger, the difference in him playing on the road and at home. What is it about this Stars team and not being as good a team at home throughout the season as some of these other playoff teams that were left?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I saw a statistic earlier that road teams are 45-37 in this year's playoffs.
Really?
So I think it's kind of just a league thing where there's just much more parity now. Just
I hear you saying.
Anybody can get beat on a certain night, and I think with Dallas too is maybe the veteran leadership. They're just never afraid of the moment, maybe, and maybe they get a kick out of silencing a crowd more than they do, having the AAC erupt. I mean, I don't know. And Ottinger, he's proven time and time again that when he's on the road, he usually plays pretty well, besides the first couple of games of this series, but that's been a trend too. He's not played great in the first, 2 to 3 games of the first round, the second round, and now the third round. He's really locked it down.
I think he's 4-1 in elimination games, so
yeah.
he locks in.
Yeah, 3-0 during this playoff. So, I think that's too is that sometimes goaltenders just steal you a game. And that happens quite a bit. I mean, we saw Bobrovsky do it a ton of times for Florida already this year.
Stars are a favorite to win in Game 6,
really?
to push it to a Game 7
Good for
at
them.
minus 130. 5.5 goals, that's been the over-under, which has gone under for 3 of the 5 games. I think if Dallas wins tonight, it would be a similar type game, more of a 2-0, 3-1 type score that I think is going to make it, because if it becomes more of an offensive game, it's probably going to be coming from some Stars mistakes. And when they're making them, they don't win.
And thank God it's 7 o'clock instead of 8:30 or 9:30, because if it goes into OT, you can get some sleep unless they lose. And then you'll be mad.
Yeah, this is going to be tough.
Yeah, it'll be important for them to score first tonight, I think. I know they haven't done it the past couple of games, which has been nice that you're able to show a response, because they went down a couple times in games 4 and 5. So that's always important. But if you can get off to a quick start, get one in the net in the first 10 minutes or so, and Ottinger just does what he does, and you get the crowd really into it, I think you can really take control, because right now, too, it's about instilling doubt into Vegas.
Yeah.
And the more you're leading, and if you win one more, then the doubt starts to creep in a little bit more. And if you can do that, and the Stars are just thinking, hey, why not us? That's a dangerous game.
Yeah, and the more you play possibly from behind, even if it's 1 goal, you start feeling the pressure playing at home in an elimination game. That if you are not fortunate to go witness this in person, which has to be and will be incredible, we do have the good fortune of Sean McDonough on the call on ESPN, 7 o'clock
Let's go.
tonight. Game 7. No bigger event that we have in the world of sports. We've got it in the Eastern Conference Finals. The best bet I've got for you on this game and what we think we may see tonight. All next here on The Fan.
This segment on The Fan is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, you should contact Frankel and Frankel because they have a free consultation at truckwreck.com, or you can call 214-333-3333.
Thank you, Joey. It's a Fan Jam takeover of Sean and RJ, Will Chambers, Alec Medford, the three-time Hall of Famer, Chris Arnold here on 105.3 The Fan. Also on twitch.tv/DallasFanCam. I apologize for looking like the hot mess that I am. Game 7 tonight. Eastern Conference Finals. From Boston, the Miami Heat, who went up 3-0, now looking to avoid the first time in 151 series where the team has gone up 3-0 and not advanced to the next round. And we did this a little bit on Saturday. If you would like some history there as well, there have been now 4 teams that have pushed a 3-0 deficit to a Game 7. The last time this happened, it was with your very own Dallas Mavericks. In 2003, they went up 3-0 on the Portland Trailblazers. Dirk Nowitzki was terrific. 2 of those 3 dropping 40-plus points, and then he ended up being the definitive, Hall of Famer that he now is in getting the win for the Mavericks at home.
At the AAC.
Before that, 1994. The Denver Nuggets, fresh off of their win as an 8 seed over 1-seeded Seattle Supersonics. Remember the iconic Dikembe Mutombo holding that ball.
We won the game. Cookie Master.
They came back from a 3-0 deficit. But the Jazz were able to hold them off. And then in 1951, in the NBA Finals, it was the Knicks and the Rochester Royals. The Royals winning that before going to Cincinnati and then eventually Sacramento.
So I was going to ask Joey. Joey, you paying attention? Who have the Rochester Royals turned into?
Oh.
And I'll even ask that to Ryan because, Joey, you're what, 23?
Mm-hmm.
Ryan, how old are you? 19?
20.
20?
That's what he said.
Who are the Rochester Royals? They bounced around. They started off in Rochester. Then they moved to Cincinnati, where they had Oscar Robertson. Then they moved to Kansas City and Omaha, where they would split the season. Those were their home games. Then they moved to where they are now. And I'll give you a hint. This team actually has the NBA Coach of the Year. Here's another hint. They were shocking the world because they were so good in the West.
I'll give you another hint.
He just said it.
Well, I did say it. They are littered, more so than any other team.
Yeah.
With Kentucky Wildcats.
Kentucky players.
Denver?
Nope.
Is it not the Nuggets?
Nope. Further west.
Light the beam!
Yeah, light the beam. That's what they do when they win games.
I have no clue.
Okay, I can't
honest.
with good conscience let you go. Light the beam! Where have you been?
I don't know.
He's been paying
He's
attention
been
to
in a
hockey.
ring.
Yeah,
He's been
dude,
watching
hockey.
I've been in a
hockey
tunnel, to be
dude.
honest. I have been.
Sacramento. That's the Sacramento Kings.
Oh, my God. They've been irrelevant for 20 years.
Yeah, I know it. This year's
I know.
They've been great this year.
No doubt about it. So I'm going to give you a great little betting nugget here in a moment.
Please.
But we said this before on not having any clue what you're going to see tonight. Alec made a good point in regards to the Heat. I know for myself, it's that I have no clue what team is going to show up with the Celtics. Now,
Right.
I think it's, you could say at home versus away. In Game 5, it was the Boston 3 party. They went 16 of 39 from 3. They go to South Beach, 7 of 35.
Yep, 20%.
I mean, I know we can call it a make or miss league, but damn. Still got the win.
Barely.
And now we are here at a Game 7.
I'll tell you this. The difference between this Game 7 and all the other Game 7s in the NBA where nobody got over the hump, the Celtics force a Game 7, but they go home for their Game 7. All those other examples of teams coming close, but coming down from 3-0 to tie it up 3-3, they had to go back on the road In the NBA, the benches usually don't travel. I feel bad for the Heat. I was saying this Saturday, we were doing this Fan Jam Saturday, and we didn't know exactly what you could expect on that Saturday night game because, like you said, Celtics play with their food. Well, I said they play with their food, but you said they got the talent. They should win these games decisively. They're that talented, and they were in the NBA Finals last year. So you would think, come on now, and here's Miami. Jimmy Butler is the only quote-unquote major star that's not Kyle Lowry and his 35-year-old butt, because he's 35. And by the way, Kyle Lowry's butt is his burner account. But it's not his.
Probably.
It does have its own account.
I wonder if he, like J-Lo, has an insurance policy on that,
why
on
you
that
playing?
dumper.
That's all people talk about. Because, anyway, back to the Miami Heat. They're all injured, and they're not that talented. They were the 8th seed, had to go through the play-in, knocked off the Bucks. They've been riding Jimmy Butler. Bam Adebayo has shown up a lot of times, but he hadn't shown up the last 3 games. So it's like, okay, it doesn't look like Miami has a chance. But Boston plays with their food. The only reason I'm giving Boston an advantage in this game tonight at 7:30 is because, number one, they're more talented. Number two, they're playing at home in the city where in baseball, the only team to ever pull it off was the Red Sox. So that entire area, they know a miracle can happen. It's not like, oh, it'll never happen. They know. And it happened against the Yankees, the cursed Yankees, and it ended the curse of the Bambino. So they say, here's the Celtics, another legendary franchise, storied franchise. It can happen again. Here's what's wild. This core group of the Miami Heat, this core group of the Boston Celtics, Al Horford, Marcus Smart from Dallas, Jason Tatum, and Jaylen Brown are the same core group that 4 or 5 years ago lost the only Game 7 at home in Boston's historic history. They lost to LeBron in Cleveland. So they don't want to be the only 2-time. I mean, talk about walking around town with an L on your head.
No kidding.
So there's a whole lot of motivation.
Well, what's remarkable about this, the Heat looked like Jimmy Butler was willing them to a win.
Man.
But as you said, not just the bench and traveling, but it's the others that typically play better at home. Bam Adebayo is not an other. He's an all-star caliber player at 11 points. They're now 0-7 in the playoffs when he scores less than 20 points. But it looked like they were going to get the win. To me, Alec, I look at this that I think the Miami Heat they're running out of gas. You know, they're not deep. They've had injuries. They're running out of gas. I think that this is going to be anywhere from like the 9 to 13 point win. So it's a 7.5 point spread. I would take the Celtics in that. But that tip in by White the other night was the first win they've had in the playoffs in clutch time where it's been within an 8-point margin. They have been 0-7 in the playoffs before that.
It's a weird spot for me because it seems like their wins and their losses are so conflicting. They're so different in so many ways. It's really like 2 different teams. You know, we talk about who's going to show up, and with the Miami Heat side, it truly is the Jimmy Butler show. We've said it for months now, but it's become more and more relevant during the playoffs without Tyler Hero and a very injured roster. If you're putting your faith into Duncan Robinson to pull up and take a 3 to get the lead,
they were good looks.
They were good looks, but
a few rounds ago, he'd have made it.
Yeah, I don't like where the team composition is right now just because nobody outside of Jimmy Butler, who isn't even hot himself, nobody's hot right now. Like the Miami Heat, no pun intended, they need someone to be hot to win. Someone has to be. If it's Bam Adebayo, they have a good chance.
Yeah,
if it's
because
Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, look, Butler is doing what he's doing. It was like the last 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, this guy, so he scored 31. No, he had a bigger game than that. He's been averaging, let's see, he posted a 30.9 game score in Miami's Game 1 road win. But he hasn't surpassed, and this is an analytic, 24.2 in any game since. He had done that in
He's
7
running
of the
out of
first
gas,
12
man.
games. Yeah, it's just and like I said earlier, he's averaging 39 minutes per game in this series.
You know what? We talk about this all the time about Luka. It's happening to Jimmy Butler, even though the offense doesn't always go through him. His player usage is insane these playoffs because he's been that good and he's carried that team and is always in the clutch in the fourth quarter unless he's having a 50-point night, which he's had in the past. He's just an amazing guy, but at some point, you know, it ain't gonna happen. I give him a lot of credit because he wasn't shooting well in that game 6 in Miami, but boy, he shot those 3 free throws. And mind you, going into the shooting those free throws, he had missed a few free throws, but he was 1, 2, 3, and I was like, damn. Until Derek White. By the way, this is so crazy. 214 says, I just found out that my second cousin is married to Derek White.
Yeah, because up until the other night, I don't think anybody knew who
He's like,
Derek
who?
White was.
The guy with the big forehead and the headband.
Yeah.
Boy, what a remarkable story that is. For those that are so inclined, in the 6 games of this series, the favorite has only covered once. That would be Boston in Game 5, who was an 8.5-point favorite. The Celtics 7.5-point favorites tonight.
Oh, the Tolo from the 940 says, I think Jimmy on his soul knows this is his last true chance, his truly chance to become Hemi Buckets.
I love that.
Tonight.
That's nice.
He
Hemi
will
buckets.
carry the team as strong as Atlas carries the world. Would not be surprised if he needed 50-plus to win it. He will do just that.
Oh, man.
Hemi
I
buckets.
would love to see it.
Imagine.
Woo.
I have something for you betting Tolos out there. I have developed a sweet tooth for first point scored. You know how I like looking at long odds. I love stuff like that. So, of course, I always dive deep in like, okay. Quite simply, you only have 10 options that you can bet on who's going to score the first points. Now, sometimes that changes a little bit if a lineup change is done right before the game begins. But the shortest odds, well, here, I'll do this first. In order to get whoever scores first, you want to have the team that obviously wins the tip. Could they miss the first shot? Of course. But your odds are much better if you have that. Each team in this series, in the 6 games, have won the tip 3 times. However, the Miami Heat have won the opening tip in the last 3 games. So I'm going to go with Miami winning the tip. So if you were to put $50 on, say, each of the players in the starting lineup for the Heat, that would obviously be a $250 bet, right? The shortest odds are Bam Adebayo at 6-1 plus 600. If a Heat scores, even if it's just Bam Adebayo, you win 300. So you're covered there with a chance to have plus 1,100, 1,300, whether we're talking about maybe, Max Strus or some others there. So that is your betting nugget of the morning.
Write that down.
Okay.
All 5 Miami Heat starters.
Interesting.
It's done well for me in these playoffs. It's done very well. Let's turn our attention to the Dallas Cowboys right here on your home of America's team because we just had OTAs this week, and we have 4 Cowboys that have opened some eyes at OTAs.
Oh?
That's when the Fan Jam takeover of Sean and RJ returns next here on The Fan.
Coming up on the next.
Gonna get into some Cowboys talk. We've got 4 Cowboys who in this last week, OTAs, are turning some heads.
Mm-hmm.
It's a Fan Jam takeover of Sean and RJ here on this Memorial Day Monday. Great to have you with us here. Will Chambers, Alec Medford, and the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
With Joey Erickson and Ryan Couture on the 1s and 2s on twitch.tv/DallasFanCam. Also, in a few minutes, going to give you an umpire that is actually giving his best argument for robot umps.
It sounds like self-destruction there, you know?
Pretty much.
Okay.
And it happened yesterday. But let us look here at the Cowboys and OTAs. And the 4 here. Now, I want to ask you two this. Of all the players that you're most interested in what they look like going into the season, whether it be a new Cowboy or anybody on the team, is there anybody in particular that you're like, okay, I want to see what this looks like in order to determine in a big part how good they will be?
I think there's a few names that stand out. I think the 2 trade acquisitions, Stephon Gilmore and Brandon Cooks. Mozzie Smith is going to get a lot of press, you know, because of the first round tag. Luke Schoonmaker is the one. He's my pet cat. I love the player. I think he's going to be great with this team, but I'm excited to see how he looks. And as low hanging as it may seem, the kicker Tristan Vizcaíno, I think is his name. It didn't seem good from the first media portion of OTAs.
I met him, by the way. In the most random fashion.
Interesting. Is there a story there?
Not really. I mean, it was at a lunch for the other job, and he was in meeting with doctors on a side gig.
Huh.
I know.
Interesting.
Not really, but I mean, just that. Not that much of an interesting story, but it was totally random. How about I give you Michael Gallup?
Oh, you want to see if he's back to being Michael Gallup
Yeah,
again?
because to me, it's like, okay, I agree. And anytime that you bring in a new acquisition, you want to see what they look like in a Cowboys uniform, right? How is it going to change what the team looks like? Well, we've already seen Michael Gallup with this team. For me, the interest comes with, okay, can he look more like the guy that we saw a couple years ago pre-injury? Because Brandon Cooks, I think you know what you're getting. You're getting a guy that's explosive, tremendous work ethic. He's succeeded at every place he has been. But the Cowboys, I think, are really relying on Michael Gallup to get back to the form in which he was. And this is one of the 4, courtesy of our friends at the Landry Hat, that have turned some heads, that have been already making a showing at OTAs. Caught passes, Michael Gelkin reporting Dallas Morning News on consecutive plays in the team's 2-minute 7-on-7. Also that he just looked comfortable out there. I think that's what we're looking for the most.
Well, I've said at the time, I was so upset that they traded away Amari Cooper for a 5th-round pick and just decided to move on anyway. I was just really upset at their offseason a year ago. And I just kept saying, how are you going to throw this money at Michael Gallup in his hospital bed coming off of his injury, and you don't know when he'll be back and how well he will play? And I absolutely love Michael Gallup. He's a hell of a person. He's a great player, big play. But I was like, I've seen it too many times before where they just all of a sudden just hand contracts, not the Cowboys, various teams, guy in his hospital bed or who are recovering from an injury. And then when he was coming back, there were thoughts that he was doubting his own health. Was he fully rehabilitated? The doctors were trying to tell him, you can still make these turns. You can make these moves. You can still trust your surgery. Trust the rehab. You're healthy. And because of all those things, he wasn't the Michael Gallup they had been seeing the years before. And so, yeah, it'd be good to see if we get that Michael Gallup back. But at the same time, I think the receiver room is deep enough where, they can have Michael Gallup from last season, which wasn't fully Michael Gallup, and still be a threat.
It sucks that we've gotten to this point with Michael Gallup for me because in my eyes, he's the perfect complement to CeeDee Lamb. He's the perfect complement to a Brandon Cooks who is now on the team. he is that big-bodied, physical, high-point the football pass catcher.
Yep, just throw it up.
That can go down the sideline. And he's not the breakaway speed guy, but he is the guy that you can throw to in traffic. He is the guy that you can throw up a prayer if you need to on third down. When he's healthy, you see him make those kinds of plays. And CeeDee Lamb can do those too from time to time, but he's not the big body guy. He's the finesse guy. Brandon Cooks is going to be the straight line speed guy. He's going to be the over the middle, intermediate routes, just beating linebackers, taking advantage of mismatches. Michael Gallup is just the kind of guy that, hey, I'm going to sun you, and it's just going to happen.
One of the reasons why Cowboy fans should not be overly concerned about which Michael Gallup they should get. I mean, for his career, you want him to be healthy, right? You want him to be the complete Michael Gallup that we used to have. But this offense is so diversified with pass catchers. And I'm not talking about just the wide receivers. We got a three-headed monster at tight end. You follow me? They were always using these 13 sets anyway. You also have Tony Pollard who can catch. You got Deuce Vaughn who can catch out of the backfield and nobody can see him when he gets the ball. To me, it's not reliant upon okay, Michael Gallup needs to fill the Amari Cooper role, which is what a lot of people thought going into the season last year, because what do? Wide receiver by committee, draft and develop. We got a guy and he might get good, and in the meantime, Michael Gallup can take that role. He doesn't have to this time.
Can I present another pass catcher that is already turning heads of the 4 Cowboys at OTAs this week from the Landry hat? Kevontae Turpin.
There you go. Are they going to finally throw him the ball in the middle of a game?
That's exactly the point. Now, he's been the only player taking return reps, as expected. But, as they say here, more importantly, though, or more noteworthy, is the fact that Turpin has seen extensive reps with the first-team offense. And it's important to note that the wide receiver room, as compared to last offseason, is fully healthy because Gallup, obviously, and CeeDee Lamb was banged up. We were talking about it. I was curious. And I was only thinking, of the 3 to 4 plays that maybe he gets in a game, take the shot down the field. Never really did that.
He was a decoy. In fact, help me remember this. You guys got a more vivid memory than me. Was not the last play of Zeke Elliott's career where he got dump truck playing center, where they had coming up some trick playing play?
Yep.
Wasn't that a pass to Kevontae Turpin, and he got killed too?
Yeah.
Yep.
It was ugly all the way around.
Ugly.
It was.
2 ugly end of the games against the 49ers in the playoffs. 2 years in a row.
Too dynamic to not just try.
Yeah, try.
Just try.
How about
it might
this
not
one?
work.
The third player that is turning heads, Kelvin Joseph.
Your
First
pet,
line here.
Your pet cat from Kentucky.
We're just as surprised as you. That's what they said here. Let's see. He has been working with the safeties. We saw our own Bobby Belt tweeting that out during OTAs. But saw most of his reps as a nickel cornerback, which he hasn't played since high school. So that was interesting. And then the fourth one here, mentioned just a moment ago by CA, Deuce Vaughn. Made a highlight Thursday's practice when he got a 45-yard pass from third-string quarterback Will Greer during 7-on-7. The pass was underthrown, but Vaughn showed great instincts and ball skills to track the ball, come back to make the sliding grab. And part of that is what attracted the Cowboys to Deuce Vaughn is his ability in the passing game. So those are the 4 Cowboys that are already turning heads at OTAs from the Landry hat. It's been talked about for a couple of years now, and it does look like Rob Manfred, commissioner of Major League Baseball, had said, I think a year or 2 ago, that we are seemingly moving more towards robot umps. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of it either. But I'll tell you what, you're not doing yourself any favors when you get calls egregiously wrong, particularly if you get caught on a hot mic before. Now, yesterday, the Los Angeles Angels and the Miami Marlins, in their titanic struggle, had a challenge. The Marlins challenged a call at home plate, forcing the game to stop so the umps could take a look at it. Let us go to the call. I want to say, is this Bally Sports Miami? I don't know. I'll clear that up and give him credit when we come back. But here's the television call.
On the Fan. In the Pip Cup.
Gators.
The Gators.
Now, home plate umpire CB Buckner had a really good
Miami's
look at
challenging the out call at home plate.
But the Marlins are going to challenge that.
They got their heads up their ass.
Not a huge fan of that one. And guess what? The call was overturned.
Man.
That's not good.
That's not a good look.
Not a
They
good
got their
look.
heads up their ass.
Yeah, apparently not the only ones.
Yeah.
I think that's the thing that everybody gets more ticked off about is how, I mean, that's arrogant, right?
Yeah.
That we want the ability to get the call right. And we know that there has to be some sort of human element to be like, all right, now we got to go. You know, it's like being graded on your test in front of thousands of people.
Yeah, they put them on blast. Here's what you're going to miss if you have robot umps. When the manager comes out to argue, manager's not going to come out and argue with a robot.
Yeah, do robots have feelings?
Yeah, but can you see a manager kicking dirt on the robots? I always think about R2-D2. He's kicking dirt on R2-D2. Or 3CPO. One of them, either one of them is like,
That's great stuff. Got their head
just
up
painting
there.
pictures.
Man alive. We turn our attention back to game number 6. We go on thin ice with Joey Erickson next here on The Fan.
Coming up at 10, continue your workday with From our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
It's a fan jam takeover, and that is a man planting a flag here on this Memorial Day Monday. The three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold with Alec Medford. I'm Will Chambers. Joey Erickson back in the Pimp Cup on the ones and twos. Ryan Couture handling the video duties on twitch.tv/Dallas FanCam and YouTube. Game 6 tonight. The AAC is going to be rocking, baby. Let's get this party started here in hour number 3 with some On Thin Ice.
Alrighty, everybody, here we go. Game number 6. I don't think many people thought we were going to get here to this point after going down 3-0. Me too. But they found a way, and sometimes you just got to find a way come this time of the year. I did just want to start here. I don't want to beat a dead horse and talk about what they need to do half the time. We kind of know how they
score
have to play.
more goals than they do.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's
the Mike Bassick, yeah. So let's not get too much into the old strategy and whatnot, but let's go through some things that maybe that will provide a little hope for game number 6. Let's start here, though, because I thought this was interesting. We did this on Thursday on the KNC Masterpiece, and Mike was keeping like a live update of this, Bassick, on how much it was to get into the Stars game, and it was, you could get in the building for under $70 at one point.
Wow.
For a Western Conference Finals game.
Cheaper to get into that building for that type of game than it is to see a Colorado Buffaloes game, apparently.
Which is insane.
But right now,
you talking about TCU Colorado?
Yeah.
Okay.
That game and their season opener, Colorado's. The get-in price is like
Prime
over
time.
$300.
Wow.
The average lowest price for a Colorado Buffaloes ticket this season at home is like $190.
wow.
That's Deion Sanders, the magic of prime time.
They're picked to win 3 games.
Can imagine
Exactly.
you could get in for like $20 last year.
Look, that's a team that didn't have nothing. But back to the Stars.
Right now, I'm looking at the ticket prices. 146 right now is the cheapest ticket, so it has definitely shifted.
Oh, yeah.
That's
As it
upper
should
deck,
be.
obviously, but yeah, obviously we have a series now. As Game 6 gets underway tonight. I did want to talk a little bit about Jake Ottinger, because we have talked about him a little bit earlier about how he's struggled a little bit in the opening 4 games of a series. So games 1 through 4 here in the 2023 Stanley Cup playoffs, he's 5-7. He's a 3.37 goals against average and 87 save percentage. So pretty average. Not what we've seen from him during the regular season. But games 5 through 7, he's been pretty incredible. 5-1 record, a 1.85 goals against average, 0.937 save percentage. So, and I mean, you're talking games 5 through 7. Those are your elimination games. Usually, at some point, you're going to get down to the nitty gritty. So he's been pretty much unpoppable for the last in games 5 through 7s, which is always good because you need your goaltender to step up in big moments. So it's nice to see that he's played really well. He just looked on his toes the other night. Part of the issues he's had is rebound control, and I think he's kind of tightened that up, especially late in series. And it's kind of funny. It seems when the Stars are struggling the most, he plays better.
Yeah,
when the
pressure's on.
Which it has to be done. I mean, that's the biggest key, right? I think goaltending is probably one of the most important positions in sports.
It is.
I mean,
There's a high goalie,
up there with
you
quarterbacks.
can ride the whole. Yeah, exactly. You got a high goalie, you can win the cup. You really could.
Yeah. So and he's continuing to show to show that he's pretty shut down when it matters the most. Another interesting thing that Pete DeBoer is going to have to make a decision on, you brought this up to me yesterday, CA, was, well, who's going to be in and out of the lineup? Because Ben's going to come back in. He's obviously going to come back. And you asked me about DeLandrea. I think he can pretty much pencil him in. He scored 2 goals. An interesting note, the last time there was multiple goals scored in an elimination game, well, it was Jamie Langenbrunner. Did that
Former
in
Dallas
1999.
Star,
Yeah, 1999 for the Stars in the Western Conference Finals, and that was against the Colorado Avalanche. The last time a Star did that in an elimination game. So Tyler Landry joined some pretty good company, and Langenbrunner won a cup with Dallas, obviously, and I believe in New Jersey later on in his career.
Okay, I asked you that the big decision because literally Jamie Ben's coming back. DeLandrea has been awesome. I just did a deeper dive and found out, and this is only because DeBoer says he's got a very good problem to have. It's like different guys may see more ice time than you expected. It turns out his top 6 forwards have negatives. His next 6 forwards all have positives. It's like the bottom guys are playing very well, skating very well, and the regulars, Tyler Seguin, Johnson, those guys negative 2s and stuff like that.
Yeah, and there's been some question. You bring up like your Seguin and Johnson, but Mason Marchment hasn't really had an impact at all in this series.
Yeah.
And
last we heard of him, he was in Minnesota somewhere. Right?
Yeah, in Vegas or in the Seattle series, he was hurt for a couple of games as well. So it'll be interesting to see if he decides to take Marchment, to the press box and have Ben come back in, because DeLandrea, I think, is penciled in. The nice thing with Ben coming back, I think we're going to see Ben, Johnston, and DeLandrea. That was a line we saw earlier in the year during this regular season that had a little bit of chemistry because, as you mentioned, that bottom 6 has been phenomenal. The top 6, I mean, obviously, we get the Robertson, Hintz, and Pavelski.
Exactly.
That's a line you can just pencil in right away. So, yeah.
One other thing that DeBoer said, which is great for fans who are wondering, he said no matter what he decides, he expects all of them to be understanding, handled like a pro, especially this time of the year. He's like, look, they know what I do. Nobody's questioning my choices.
They had to make big decisions. He did for Game 5 about who's going to go in, and he put Olofsson in, who's a rookie that has pretty much sat for the majority of the year. He played a little bit during the regular season, and he chipped in when he could. And it's big to have your 3rd and 4th lines chip in points. And as you mentioned, the Kiviranta, Domi, and DeLandrea line was phenomenal. And I told you this yesterday as well, that I think the 4th line, the Faksa, Olofsson, Glendening, or with Kiviranta, whatever that combination has been one of the better lines in the series. They seem to set the tone.
Last game.
Yeah, and they're really chipping in, which is nice. So it'll be interesting to see if he wants to change that up, because DeBoer is one of those coaches too. He doesn't like to change it up too much if he doesn't have to. He would like to keep the same lineup, but there's going to be a little bit of shifting around. Maybe you'll see Kiviranta go down to that 4th line with Fox and Glendening. I think we're going to see the Johnston, Ben, and then the reunitement with DeLandrea. I think that would be great.
He's got to start Ben so the crowd will just lose their damn minds.
Yeah, I think he's going to go out and try to put somebody 6 rows deep right away. Hopefully legally this time, right?
Yeah.
Hopefully legally, and he stays out of the box. But yeah, hopefully they don't poke the bear, right? Jamie Benn, if you get him riled up, he'll get it going, and that would be nice to see. It's just some more shout-outs. Let's talk about the top line a little bit. Roope Hintz, he leads all scorers in the playoffs, 24 points. 10 goals and 14 assists. He has been phenomenal. I think he's one of the most underrated players in all of hockey. A lot of people are starting to give him his praise now because they've got to see it here for a little bit of a stretch of time. He's phenomenal per usual, which is nice. And Jason Robertson's gotten going.
Yeah, 5
we
goals
called
in
him
5
out.
games.
We called him out for the first 2 rounds. He had 2 goals in the first, maybe 3 in the first 2 rounds. Now he has 5.
Time.
Yeah, and we talked about he's getting to the areas that he needs to be. And one of the things that I've always thought he was so good at, he just seems to be in the right place at the right time. Sometimes you just get lucky that way, and he's finally being in the right place at the right time.
Wait a minute. Alec just quoted Lizzo.
I was going to slide in the no Lizzo. Oh, I thought about it. CA beat me to it. That's why he's in 3 Hall of Fames. But no, that fits exactly. What did Wayne Gretzky used to say? Like, I'm not thinking about where, the puck is, like,
where it's going to be.
Yeah, going to the puck. I'm thinking about where it's going to be. Jason Robertson seems to be, like you just said, in the right place a lot more often. It seemed like earlier on in the postseason, some missed opportunities for sure, just missing the net wide, but it seemed like he was a little bit discombobulated at times, just because of the speed of the Kraken or maybe the physicality of other teams. But now he's kind of back to his old self. It's nice to see.
Yeah, it's been huge, and it helps when you play with guys like Ropa Hintz. Robertson's not the most gifted skater. We can be honest about this, but when you have Rope that just flies down the 200-foot ice surface,
makes it look easy.
Yeah, just get to the right place, man, and helps having Pavelski too. He'll feed you. Pavelski also has 14 points. By the way, that top line is the leading scorers for Dallas, which I guess isn't a huge surprise. The next closest is actually Max Domi with 13 points, who's been a little bit off in this series, but he made a huge play. I think it kind of went by the way since the Stars won by 2. But when it was 2-2 at one point, I think the Stars just scored. Jack Eichel had a shot that squeaked through the armpit of Jake Ottinger, and it was laying there in the crease, just waiting for someone to hit it home. And Domi was the one that tracked back and was able to swipe it out of harm's way. I think that was obviously a big play. Who knows if Vegas scores there, and there's probably less than, I think, 15 minutes on the clock. Who knows if the Stars ever get back. So I thought that was a big play. So hopefully Max Domi, and he's got some big supporters. You saw Ric Flair was in the building.
And Mike Tyson.
And Mike Tyson.
That was the most random tandem in a suite. It was Ty Domi, Ric Flair, and Mike Tyson in a suite together. That was the most random trio ever.
I know.
Well, they had to combat the excitement and the acrobatics of Las Vegas. You know what I'm saying? So they had to match it up.
That is just a party every night that they have there. It's Vegas, right?
Oh, yeah.
When you go to those games, it's a giant
It's a production.
Show. Yeah.
Cirque the Golden Knights.
Yeah, they are not scared to have a good time in Vegas. Well, we kind of went through the history of 3-0s in the NHL. I think Will did a great job of explaining that. So hopefully Dallas can force a Game 7 tonight. I don't know. You guys got any questions about it? Because I want to get you guys in the conversation. Maybe things that you think are important.
I just think it's important that that place is insanely loud.
Because I'll be honest, like if at the beginning of the series, if you told me Vegas wins in 6, I'm like, yeah, it's okay.
Yeah,
like, you get beat sometimes. I think this is phenomenal though, and I think as Samtola's mentioned, this is really just icing on the cake at this point. The more games you get to play, if you can somehow
within this series, absolutely. But I think that it's only natural to think once Boston went down, like, oh boy, it's like
anything.
We can grab a cup. Anybody can. Because that team, like we said, I mean, that's the greatest regular season team in the history of the game. I mean, there is... It's funny. They look so invincible, but yet we've seen it so many times. In fact, pretty much almost every time that you have a team like that, they never get the chip, right? Never do.
Because they're the target. They're the ultimate target.
I mean...
It's hard when you're the target. It's
the
easier.
Patriots, they had a chance to. I mean, they won more game than the Dolphins, more games, but the Dolphins finished off the season undefeated. The Seattle Mariners,
Ichiro.
It's just the Golden State Warriors,
when they won 73.
So
and LeBron James,
I just think that no matter what, although you do feel like right now it's a little bit icing on the cake. If they were to lose, the further we get away from it and watching the Stanley Cup final, we feel like, man, that was a year we could have really got.
Absolutely. I think a lot of teams are thinking missed opportunity once Boston went down. In Carolina, who I thought was going to be the favorites to win it all. No, you're absolutely right, because when we went down 3, I was like, man, this would have been a year to do it. and who knows, like Florida could be an absolute buzzsaw. I mean, let's be honest, a lot of people have doubted them, and they've ran their way to the Stanley Cup final. So maybe it's not a missed opportunity. Sometimes teams just get hot, and they can win you a series. But, I think in the 20,000-foot view when we get back, man, this was a year that anybody could have won it. I mean, Toronto was a team. They finally got past the first round and everything. So
Kraken thought they had some energy.
Yeah, and that was an expansion team too. Vegas, their first year as an expansion franchise, went all the way to the Stanley Cup final. Obviously, they fell short and as losing to Alex Ovechkin in the Washington Capitals.
Right.
But yeah, they had a lot of things going their way too. I mean, I don't think anybody would have been surprised that they beat the Stars in 7 games, and it would have been cool to see the 2 expansion franchises go head-to-head in the Western Conference Finals. But it's been awkward. I brought this up yesterday too about how similar the Boston and the Stars runs have been.
Yeah,
both
Boston
first round
Celtics
7
and the
games.
Dallas Stars. Yeah.
Mhm.
And the
Second
games
round.
have overlapped a lot too.
Yeah. So
Same times.
But yeah, a great night to be a
And
sports fan.
game 3s, right? The symmetry of
Yeah.
having both the first 2 games of the series being tight matchups, and then in game 3, both teams that lost, they were it was a meltdown. So great stuff, Joey. That is
appreciate it.
on thin ice. Real quick,
Daddy.
congratulations to Manuel Grillo for winning the Charles Schwab Challenge and doing so in rather spectacular fashion. Did you guys see this yesterday?
No, tell us about it.
So he's got a 2-shot lead going into 18. Fades the ball over the right,
Oh no.
lands in the stream,
Oh no.
bringing the ball back like 100 yards.
Oh no, it went rolling down the river?
I think the ball didn't come to rest for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Wow.
It just continued to trickle.
I mean, it would
Rolling.
talk about excruciating,
Rolling down
you're
the
like, oh my
river.
God. So he ends up really saving double bogey to get into the playoff. Birdies the second playoff hole, gets the plaid jacket.
That's awesome.
So congratulations
And
to
that
the 30-year-old.
car, that throwback car, that truck, they had plaid interior. They threw that in.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
I like it.
Fix it up, platted it out.
You're not going to believe what happened to Jimmy Garoppolo. NFL news next here on The Fan.
RJ Chalmers here from your friends over at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Team.
Segment on the Fan is brought to you by Window Nation and Frankel & Frankel. Because life is unpredictable and accidents happen, Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com, or you can call 214-333-3333.
Josh McDaniels will straight up lie to your face.
Sure will.
It's a Fan Jam takeover here of Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. Appreciate you hanging out with us, and happy Memorial Day, especially to those with family, friends, to those who have served and given the ultimate sacrifice for us to be here today where we could celebrate life and honor death among those. Will Chambers, Chris Arnold, Alec Medford here with you. Joey Erickson is back at the Pimp Cup. Ryan Couture on the stream, twitch.tv/Dallas Fan Cam, as we take you through some NFL news, where Jimmy Garoppolo, when he signed the contract, that opening press conference that was postponed,
$67.5 million.
You want to know why that took a little bit of time? Well, that's because the Raiders learned that Jimmy had surgery on his foot.
Yeah, the same foot that was already hurt. He had more surgery.
This story, on so many levels, I find to be funny and sad in a way, because I like Jimmy G. I don't think he's that. I think he's an okay quarterback.
I do too. I've never been mad at Jimmy G.
But Josh McDaniels,
I can't stand him.
Goodness gracious.
The coach.
He's a tool.
And he's always just been, his reputation is, he coached under Belichick. Well, here's the deal. They got a clause. They added a clause. They call it clause addendum number G.
G.
Ironically for Jimmy G. Garoppolo. And it said basically, if he can't play because of that injury, contract's void.
So they changed from the signing bonus to basically it's just his salary for the season.
Yeah.
Which means that they can cut him at any time.
Yeah. What they did was, at first, when they first signed him, they said, here's $11 million signing bonus and another $11 million for, the season, or the length of the contract, rest of the contract. And once they said, wait a minute, you had another surgery? Oh, no, we're going to make this the full contract, and it's not a signing bonus that you have to give us back anyway. It's real crazy. Don't get me wrong. I'm all for the players getting their money. And I told you I really like Jimmy G. But in a way, they were very, very smart to do this, because I was just talking about the Michael Gallup thing and the Tony Pollard thing when he got. I don't know why these teams, in football especially, will just give a guy a contract in his hospital bed, not knowing if he can play or if he'll be fully recovered. That was one of the things I thought the Cowboys dodged a bullet on when they were looking at OBJ. The first thing when they were chasing after him, remember he came into town, went to the American Airlines Center, the whole 9 yards. First thing, I was like, wait a minute, he won't be able to do anything till January. Why would you try to sign him now? He won't even be able. How can he help you in the playoffs? He can't. And that was OBJ. So back to Jimmy G.
Everything that's happened since we signed Jimmy, we knew ahead of time, says Josh McDaniels. So we had an awareness of all of it. And again, our preference is not to push and rush anybody. I think the most important thing this time of year is going to happen when we get to training camp, so that we're ready to go and we can do the work that we need to in August. Reiterating that they had a plan for this because they knew it.
Yeah.
No, you didn't. That's why there's an addendum G.
Right.
Like, I mean.
Tell them the truth, Will.
Hello?
Yeah. Josh is just covering his own behind, because Josh is the one that highly recommended him because they have a history back with New England, which goes to the next part of this story. There's a guy named Tom Brady who's buying part of the Raiders.
Yes.
You might have heard about this. Former New England quarterback and Tampa Bay quarterback Tom Brady, the GOAT.
Solid NFL career.
Yes. He says he's officially done. He's retired. And he has made a deal with Mark Davis to be a part owner of the Las Vegas Raiders. What's wild about this is the deal is done. They've just sent it to the other NFL owners for approval. 24 of the 32 owners have to approve his minority stake, or he cannot be a part of the team. Here's what's wild. There are people talking about McDaniel, because he's got the relationship with Brady too, because he was his offensive coordinator with New England. Brady, you don't have to officially retire yet because Jimmy G might not be able to play. Here's where it gets deeper, because I did a little research this morning. My jaw dropped when I found this out. Do you know who the backup quarterback for Jimmy G is?
He's, give you a hint. He has an AARP card.
And he also played for New England. His name is Brian Hoyer.
I'm kind of joking about the AARP.
Because he's been around forever.
Yeah.
He's that old. He's been holding a clipboard forever. But the point is, he's another guy. We're talking about all
McDaniels,
these.
yeah.
Put it like this. McDaniels is trying to turn the Raiders into New England West because there's even more to this story. By the way, Brady's probably not going to come out of retirement.
Well,
because
he would need a unanimous vote from owners in order for him to be allowed to play. That's probably not
exactly, and it's too convoluted. And they say Jimmy G will probably play, but this contract just kind of covers his behind. Here's what's wild. Guess how many former New England Patriot players are on the Raiders' 90-man roster right now? Just take a guess at the number, and I'm gonna name some names for you.
13.
What do you think, Alec?
Say 14.
What do you think, Puck Daddy? Joey?
15.
The number is 12.
Dang it.
Jimmy Garoppolo.
I still won.
Brian Hoyer. That'd be 13 if it was Brady.
Yeah.
Brian Hoyer. Wide receiver Jacoby Myers. Wide receiver Philip Dorsett. Wide receiver Isaiah Zuber. Wide receiver DeAndre Carter. Running back Brandon Bolden. Offensive tackle Jermaine Ubamure. Offensive tackle Justin Herron. Fullback Jacob Johnson. Defensive end Chandler Jones. Remember Chandler Jones?
Yeah.
He's with the Raiders now. Defensive tackle Adam Butler. But it gets deeper than that. Both offensive and defensive coordinators, Mick Lombardi and Patrick Graham, both had time in New England. It gets deeper than that. Some of the other assistant coaches include Carmen Brasili, quarterbacks coach Bo Hardigree, tight ends coach Jerry Shaplinsky, senior defensive assistant Rob Ryan. Remember Rob Ryan? He was Cowboys defensive coordinator back in the day.
Great head of hair.
And guess who just joined the party?
Bill Belichick.
Almost. Not quite. How about Danny Amendola? He's an assistant coach with the Raiders now. This is New England West. And Tom Brady will be a part owner.
Unbelievable.
And I can't stand Josh McDowell. I don't hate all of those other guys. That Josh McDowell is such a fraud. And he just brought in all these Patriots as if it's going to work.
I want to think about hammering that under on their win total.
Yeah.
The Arizona Cardinals starting their campaign of publicly shaming DeAndre Hopkins. Reports are that they're upset that D-Hop refused to suit up for games during the 2022 season despite being healthy. So here we go.
That's hilarious for more than one reason.
Yeah.
Because that's tattling on yourself, because that means they lied about the injury reports.
Yep.
So you just told on yourself, which is a big deal.
They may be the biggest mess of a franchise. I mean, I think now that Daniel Snyder's gone from Washington, we can officially move the Cardinals into that slot.
Yes.
DeAndre Hopkins goes on the I Am Athlete podcast. And the answers he was given to the questions, one of which was like, what's he looking for in a quarterback? And he completely, not only did he throw Kyler Murray under the bus, he picked him up and helicoptered him and then fired him under the bus.
Yep.
He wants a quarterback that loves football and that challenges himself and his teammates around him. But that's not a clear indictment of Kyler Murray. And then also going further with the Cardinals of wanting to be that has an organization that has stability and a solid front office from the top to the bottom. They're a mess. And I would never be for or agreeing that, being that quote-unquote healthy scratch.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of a point where I go, well, with D-Hop in that situation, I can be like, man, I don't want to be part of this stuff. I don't want to risk anything. But I can't really understand still why he is not employed by a team yet. This guy, so he had the injury 2 years ago. Last year he missed the time because of the PED thing.
because he was trying to rehab the injury. Too soon.
So
Speed it
that
up.
tells me he should have probably some fresh legs. And he played in 9 games last year and had 700 yards and like 60 catches.
Oh, I love the guy, but I did some research on that. David Moore did a hell of a story about why the Cowboys probably will not sign him. And David Moore, longtime Cowboys beat writer. And one of the things he brought up was he's 31 years old, and there's only been like one wide receiver over the age of 31. 31. He'll be 31 next week. Who's actually made a All-Pro. And so
I bet I know who it is. Did you say one?
One.
T.O.
No.
Really? T.O. didn't make an
Yes.
All-Pro team?
After the age of 31. Here's the deal. He played for the Colts a lot. It was Reggie Wayne, ironically, and it was in 2010. And he said, it's just like he wants big money, but the majority of his career is behind him. He's really good right now. Moore's not saying he's not any good. He's not saying he's not healthy. He's just saying he wants the big money, but at his age, and he said the reason the Cowboys are likely not to even go there is because they still got to pay CeeDee Lamb. They still got to pay Trayvon Diggs. They still got to pay Micah Parsons generational money. And even though they got $10.6 million worth of cap space, they just traded for Brandon Cooks and got a hell of a deal. So it's almost like D-Hop would be just a luxury. Don't get me wrong, it's not a need. I personally would like D-Hop over Cooks myself, but they have already got Cooks at a very reasonable contract. And unless you're looking at it as a arms race against the Eagles, which I think they should look at it, they're likely not to do it because D-Hop would want some money.
I'm really surprised here because the report had come out from Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk that DeAndre Hopkins was looking for a, quote, substantial contract from his next suitor.
That's what I'm saying.
And the two teams, now you mentioned earlier, it's been now put out there that Cleveland has risen as a possible front runner, as he expressed that he'd like to rejoin Deshaun Watson. And there's been other teams that have been rumored.
Buffalo.
The Jets. I mean,
Ravens.
Yeah. But none of them really have that much room. They're all around like 10, 12 million or so in salary cap room. The Chicago Bears and the Carolina Panthers have a lot of room still left in the cap. They're 1 and 2. The Bears, I believe, 30, 32 million. Now, Hopkins did say he was asked on the I Am Athlete podcast if he'd be willing to go to a team with a very young quarterback or if he's kind of past that part of his career. And he said he was past that, which you would think would eliminate Bryce Young, certainly, and maybe Justin Fields, too. But, boy, lots of things can change when a check is in front of you.
Exactly.
And I can't imagine why neither of those teams would be going after DeAndre Hopkins.
And we have the idea that he might be negotiating through this ominous Saint Omni, whoever this is. And this is a person, an entity, I don't know.
He's not an agent.
That is known to get big deals done, even though he's not a real agent.
And the NFL has said to teams not to deal with him.
Not just the NFL, NFLPA too, both of them.
Yeah, we had, the idea that there might have been some tie-in with Lamar Jackson there, even if it was just like an advisory kind of role. He got the Laramie Tunsil deal done is what we heard down in Houston that broke the record for offensive lineman's salary per year. Like, this is a big money negotiator, even though we know nothing about them. So money talks, and especially when you have someone that has this reputation of getting big checks, maybe he just says, hey man, you're at the end of your career. I know you want that ring, but hey, Carolina's willing to give you 20 a year.
They got cash.
They're willing to give you 20 a year and give you 16 of that guaranteed. I think you need to take that because we're talking about the long term, not the short term here. And D-Hop says, 20 a year. All I got to do is show up 17 times. Let's do it. Let's do it.
So that's some NFL news for you on this Memorial Day Monday here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a Fan Jam takeover of Sean and RJ, Will Chambers, Chris Arnold, and Alec Medford. CA Stories Confidential is next. Where are we going?
It's really going to be funny. Why I've had very little sleep last night. Jewel and her tooth. I talk about Kyle Lowry and his butt. Jewel and her tooth. I have an encounter with her. And Eddie Murphy, next on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
takeover of Sean and RJ continues here on this Memorial Day Monday. Happy Memorial Day to everyone out there, and particularly those in memory of who have served our country and allowed us to celebrate life today because of their sacrifice. Will Chambers, Chris Arnold, Alec Medford here, Joey Erickson back in the cup, Ryan Couture on the ones and twos on the vid, twitch.tv/Dallas FanCam, and YouTube. In hour 4, before we take you up to 11:30 today, Rangers baseball. I see my good friend Mike Peasley in there getting ready for Rangers pregame as they're in Detroit to take on the Tigers. We'll talk with Jared coming up at 11:15 or so. We'll get back into Game 7. The Mavericks and possibly D'Angelo Russell, all coming up in hour 4. But now, I don't think CA's feeling that.
Not at all.
Maybe not.
But are the Mavericks?
Hey.
Time for CA Stories Confidential.
All right. Thanks, Will. Thanks, Alec. Thank you, Will. Thank you, Will. Not Will. Thank you, Will.
I am
thank
Will.
you, Alec. Thank you, Joey. And thank you, Ryan. And more importantly, thank you all the Tolos for allowing me to have so much fun and all these years covering sports and entertaining things since 1980. And this is Memorial Day weekend. And we always like to salute the families and the friends and pay homage to those who've given their lives for our country. Salute to you. Thank you for your service. And there's a lot of things that always happen on Memorial Day weekend. We just mentioned the Colonial. We mentioned all the other different things. The Indy 500 happened yesterday. And congratulations to Josef Newgarden, who won it.
I think it really is Joseph.
Oh, good. Josef Newgarden.
I like Josef better.
Mm-hmm. I didn't know if he was, Swedish or...
Yeah.
I just didn't know. It's like starts with a J and ends with an F instead of PH. But I digress. So yesterday, when I was doing the CA Stories Confidential with me and Alec and Ruben, I usually, if I'm on Memorial Day weekend, I will, kind of pay tribute to everybody and give these versions of the song I've heard more times in my entire life than any song. Because I'm in the world of sports, and every sporting event I've ever been to, large or small, starts off with the national anthem. So I was playing great versions of it, terrible versions like Carl Lewis. I was just hodgepodge. So you can appreciate the value of the song, right? And people have heard that song, and some of them are tear jerkers, but some of them are just different, and some of them are really, really perfect. The Whitney Houston one that went to #1, and just the different ones. Kelly Clarkson did a great one. Marvin Gaye did a great one. And I'm talking about this yesterday. And ironically, this morning, I found out that Jewel did a version of the national anthem at the Indianapolis 500 that's not the traditional version. And it caused somewhat of a commotion because there are some people who absolutely love it, and there are other people who absolutely cannot stand it. So Tolos.
Was this yesterday, by the way? Or
Yesterday.
Just one okay.
Yesterday.
I didn't know if it was one in the past.
And I'm getting ready to tell you my Jewel story.
Okay.
About me encountering Jewel and her tooth. Well, it's like Kyle Lowry in his butt. Right. You cannot talk about Jewel without bringing up her tooth. Here's Jewel. She's still beautiful to this day. Singing the national anthem, 877-881-1053. Tell me what you think of this song.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare bombs the flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
I'm sorry, I like that song.
I liked it too.
I liked it. Look, it was completely different, nothing that you expected. I've heard I was playing all these different versions yesterday, wasn't I, Alec?
Yeah.
I played the Jimi Hendrix version.
Mm-hmm.
I had Metallica. I had all kinds of versions. Marvin Gaye. I've heard it a million times. I actually like that version.
Yeah,
but there
it's
are some
mixed.
people. There are some people who like, and there's mixed reaction, and everybody has their right to their own opinion. That's, believe it or not, why our military protect us, so that we can have our own opinions. But I don't mind. Some people say, oh, it needs to be sung traditionally. Well, what is the traditional way? Just the John Philip Sousa band and nobody actually singing the words? I'm just saying, I like that one.
I did too. In the truckwreck.com text line, split at first, but mostly coming in positive. Thumbs up.
I think she took it to the top of it at the very end. You know, you got at first when she was starting, I was like, where is she going with this? And then it's like, oh, wait a minute, she can sing.
The 214 hated it's awful. Truthfully, I never want anyone to sing the national anthem except exactly as written. It should be about the anthem, not the artist. Crap. Sing it like the military academy sing it. I like it. I don't see the issue. Jimi Hendrix did a different version that became iconic.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's great about America. Freedom to make it beautiful.
Yep. And everybody has a reaction, but I've thought it was ironic that
Army vet approved.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
The 12 was approved for the most part, too. McKeever Design saying she killed that.
And she was playing the guitar. At 325 says that guitar was beautiful. The singing was not. Again, I brought this up because, like, I was just playing all these versions, and here it is, Jewel. Mm-hmm. And lo and behold, I got a Jewel story. So back in the late 90s, early 2000s, for 8 years, I was the courtside reporter, the courtside analyst for the Dallas Mavericks for Fox Sports Southwest. What our buddy Skinway does right now. And I go to all the games, home and road and whatever. And I would always like interview different celebrities in the crowd too. Well, Jewel was at a game at the American Airlines Center. And she was sitting there with her boyfriend at the time. And they asked me to go interview her. Well, of course I want to talk to Jewel. And I found out some interesting things. First of all, her boyfriend at the time she wound up marrying, it was pro bull rider Ty Murray. She married a cowboy, a real cowboy.
That tracks.
Yep. This is what I also found out about her. It was like, people was like, is she Canadian? Because they asked that. How does she know this song so well? She's not Canadian. She told me she grew up in Alaska. I did not know that. She said, yep. I said, so why are you here? Is it Ty's not doing some rodeo in town, is he? He was like, Ty just kind of shook it off. He said, I'm here because Jewel. And Jewel said, I'm here because my high school friend plays for the Cavaliers. Her high school friend was an All-American at Duke, Trajan Langdon. And he was playing for the Cavaliers, played for 3 years. You'll never guess what Trajan Langdon is doing right now. By the way, Jewel, this is so crazy. I'm just being quite honest. I'm interviewing her, and I'm trying to keep a straight face because all I could see, I couldn't make eye contact with. I'm looking at that tooth. She's got this one tooth that kind of sticks out a little crooked, and to this day, I don't think she's done anything to that tooth. It's kind of there. It's kind of like the Austin Powers movie. It says mole, 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 mole. You're just looking at that mole. I just couldn't look. I was just looking at her tooth all the time. So she married Ty Murray. They had a little son. They got a divorce a few years ago, and she still is greatness. But guess what Trajan Langdon's doing now? You'll never believe this. He is the general manager for the New Orleans Pelicans. He's the one that picked Zion. Another Duke guy.
Really?
I mean, I said it was obvious, but come on.
Yeah.
I'm just talking about how all these things are like real full circle. And Ty Murray, of course, is in the Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame. He's a rodeo guy. And again, we got all different people still texting in. Yeah, 817, 7-time all-around champion. Bulls, Bronx, everything. Major respect for Ty Murray. Major respect for Jewel and her too. And like I said, there'll be some people who will never like any other version of the national anthem than the straight up and down what you hear in the military academy. I like all the different versions except for the ones that screw it up, like Roseanne, like, oh God, Carl Lewis.
Yeah, that
it's
was
always
bad.
and I also mentioned this too. It's always an adventure when you hear these because in different sports, there are assistant coaches that bet the over and under on how long it's going to be sung. And it's also the same deal in the Super Bowl. That's an over and under.
Oh, yeah.
And I've heard so many versions of so many, Super Bowls, World Series, Final Fours, NBA. But before I wrap this thing up, we're going to say something because I was going to switch topics.
Well, no, on the national anthem,
Yeah.
I was in the car listening like pregame of an NBA playoff game within the last like 2 weeks. And I don't know who was singing it, but it was incredible.
Mm-hmm. By the way, 214 says Jules' dad is a real cowboy too from the Alaskan Frontier Show. And so anyway, I got to wrap this thing up because this is also a barbecue holiday. And I always advise people, I'm going to be very brief about this. If you're invited to a cookout or a barbecue, do not tell people you're having a barbecue and you don't have barbecue. I've been up all night because I've been smoking ribs all night. 6 hours worth of barbecue ribs. And I don't mind a cookout. I love a cookout. Hamburgers, hot dogs. But if you're going to have a cookout, 2 things. Don't call it a barbecue. If you're having a barbecue, expect everybody to be there. If you're going to the barbecue, do not tell the guy or the lady that's cooking the barbecue how to cook her barbecue.
Yes.
Do not advise them. And also, if you're bringing anything, you don't know what to bring, ice is always a winner. Cups are always a winner. And if you're going to somebody's house for barbecue, I hope to God it's not Eddie Murphy's Uncle Gus. This is a classic.
My Uncle Gus come by the house every year. My Uncle Gus is the uncle that like to work the grill and don't let nobody touch the grill when he's around and shit. As soon as he walk in the house, it's like, get away from that grill. You know not to start no fire. You know not to start no fire. Put this fire out. This ain't no fire. Eddie, go over there and give me all that wood. I need half a tree. Chop that tree down over there. Chop down that tree and give me the wood from that tree over there. And Charlie, go give me 2 gallons of gasoline out the shed. You 2 gallons of gasoline, you kids roll up your shirt, put that on the grill. We're going to start a fire. Come on, you want to eat? You want to eat? Just shut up then. Put that on the fire. Okay, put that wood inside there. Okay, give me the gasoline, Charlie. Hold the match. Well, I tell you, Charlie, throw the match on the gasoline, all right? Well, I tell you, all right? We're going to make a fire. We're going to eat, all right? Y'all want to eat? We're going to eat now. Here we go. Pour the gasoline on here like this there. We need the whole... Get that lighter fluid out there. That tell you this. You put all 2 gallons of gasoline on this wood and make a fire. We're going to eat a hamburger, okay? Here we go. Charlie, throw the match. Now, that's a fire. That's a fire. Look at that. Look at that. He be all right. Roll Charlie around. Roll him around. Go around.
Go in the blanket. There you go. CA Stories Confidential Memorial Weekend.
Good stuff. All right. Does it matter tonight whom wins Game 7 as they will face the Denver Nuggets Thursday night in the NBA Finals and the Mavericks and D'Angelo Russell? CA doesn't like it. What do you think of that? All coming up. Hour 4 here on The Fan.
The latest from studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
No, it's not. It's a Fan Jam takeover of this station. That's a Hall of Famer. And I can do that because he's in 3 Hall of Fames. We're taking it all over. Will Chambers, Chris Arnold, Alec Medford, Joey Erickson, Ryan Couture back there coordinating the video on twitch.tv/DallasFanCam and on YouTube as we now take over the KNC Masterpiece. Happy Memorial Day weekend.
Happy.
Going to get into the Mavericks in about a little more than 15 minutes from now because there's been rumors with D'Angelo Russell. There is also a free agent that a particular entity is targeting for the Mavericks to grab in this offseason. But we begin with the biggest event that we can have in sports, notated by 2 words, Game 7.
Yes.
How many of you out there thought I was going to say game blouses?
Prince and the Revolution and Dave Chappelle.
Eastern Conference Finals tonight on TNT at 7:30, and history obviously can be made if the Boston Celtics are able to come back and for the first time in NBA playoff history eradicate a 3-0 deficit and win 4-3. The Heat, being a play-in team and an 8 seed with a chance to go to the NBA Finals. Before we get into a possible matchup with either of these teams with the Nuggets, who has more on the line tonight between these two?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's a great question.
That's a great question. I'm thinking the Boston Celtics, which is why I think they're going to win. They have more on the line, not just because they want to be historic and be the only team in NBA history to break the 0-3 series jinx to come back and win a Game 7. This is what they historically can do. If they win it, they become the first team. 150 teams had never done it. This is a historic franchise. Do you realize if the Boston Celtics win this series and then go on to win the NBA championship, they will break the tie with the LA Lakers of having the most NBA championships of all time. They would have 18 at that point. So historically, they could deal with that. But I've said this a number of times. This core group, Marcus Smart, Dallas's own Marcus Smart, Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, and Al Horford, they were the only Celtics team a couple of years ago to lose a Game 7 in their own Boston building. They lost it to LeBron and Cleveland, who went on to play the Golden State Warriors. Bottom line is they don't want to be the 2-time only Celtic team to lose in their own damn building Game 7 in any round. So that's the gun at their head, but they also can make positive history by winning a championship and breaking the tie with the Lakers.
My mind defaults to what conversations are going to be had the most after each victory. Like the Heat, 8 seed, play-in team, like these conversations I don't think will outweigh the history that will be made with the Celtics winning, Game 7 in Boston. You become the first team to ever come back from an 0-3 deficit. And then the fact that Jaylen Brown might be, he might have one of the most legendary quotes ever in basketball history after Game 3 when he said, "Don't let us win in a couple nights." They won, and they said, "What about now?" He said, "Don't let us win again." They won, and he said, "Don't let us win that Game 6."
They won.
They won. He might have one of the most legendary lines in NBA history by saying, after that Game 3, saying, "Don't let us win. Don't let us win Game 4. And look what's happening. So I just think the conversation around the history is more important for the Celtics, and I don't think it'll be as embarrassing for the Heat because it's like, well, they lost to the better team. Sure, the comeback and losing 4 in a row, that's kind of embarrassing, but it's going to be more embarrassing when everyone looks at the Celtics and says, that regular season record of yours,
all that
and
talent,
an 8 seed,
and you were in the finals last year,
and you got Game 7 on your own court, and you still couldn't do it?
That's a big burden.
Yeah, against an injured roster, I think it's going to be more embarrassing for the Celtics.
They'd never live it down. They'd have to blow that team up.
Yeah. So I've got one other element to add to it that hasn't been mentioned. But on the Heat standpoint, by the way, it's totally Boston. Has way more to lose.
Yeah.
I heard a couple times in the last few days, is this the end of quote-unquote Heat culture? I'm like, what?
What?
They're personifying Heat culture right now.
For
all the stuff that you just
down.
said.
Yep.
And the fact that they haven't had Tyler Hero.
Correct.
Yeah.
Their number 2 guy in this. That's insane. It's so ridiculous.
He's been wearing crazy clothes on the bench, but he ain't playing.
If you are, yeah,
that hat.
If you are the Boston Celtics and the number 2 seed, and you are given a gift by the Miami Heat of dispatching what the consensus, all of us, I'm not going to speak for you two, but I know I certainly thought the Bucks were going to. I had the Bucks winning the title.
I had the Celtics win the title.
The fact that they were dispatched by the Heat and had an open avenue to get to the NBA Finals. And then on top of that, to lose in a Game 7 at home. You know, I thought the pressure was more on the Heat in Game 6 because they're playing at home, and then if you lose, you're on the precipice of this. And I think that the pressure is still very much there for it. But you're really playing with house money still at this point with the Miami Heat.
Right.
The Boston Celtics, if you fail to get to the NBA Finals and you're facing an 8 seed.
The ultimate choke.
In the Eastern Conference
The
Finals.
ultimate choke.
Now, the Denver Nuggets await. And I'm glad you brought up that point, Alec, on don't let us win tonight. We talked about it in hour number 1, but I'm going to reiterate a little bit of it. And how it goes down tonight, to me, will determine a number of different things in the NBA Finals.
Before you say that, we got a total of this co-signing on what you guys are talking about with Alex in the quote. He said that Jaylen Brown actually stole or borrowed that quote from one of the 2004 Boston Red Sox, Kevin Millar.
Kevin Millar. That's literally what I was just going to get into. That's what he did. That's what he said. Don't let us win tonight. And that was ahead of Game 4.
With the Yankees.
Before I get to that element, if the Heat win tonight, they will not win a game in the NBA Finals. Not one.
Denver's so well rested.
Denver will sweep.
And they're so good.
Now, if Boston wins, and also how they win.
How they win.
If it's like last night, I'm not going to have any, you can kind of just throw it out the window. But I go back to the symmetry with the 2004 ALCS. In those first 2 games, they were close scores. Red Sox lost by 3, they lost by 2. But in Game 3, the Yankees absolutely boat raced the Red Sox in Fenway to go up 3-0. They won 19-8.
Woo!
Boston, if you remember, folded like a lawn chair in Game 3 of this series. The next 2 games, as we all remember, if you're around, 12 innings.
Alec and Joey were toddlers.
12 innings in Game 4. Red Sox winning 6-4. Game 5 goes to 14 innings. Red Sox win 5-4. Game 6 in New York, Curt Schilling gets the win, the Bloody Sock game. 4-2. You seeing some symmetry here? 3 games that were, those were very close. But with Miami and Boston, they've been somewhat close. In the 2004 Major League Baseball season, the St. Louis Cardinals won 105 games. They were the best team in baseball. Now, the Yankees had won 101, the Red Sox 98, obviously very good. But many believe that whomever was coming out of the AL was still going to lose to St. Louis. But in Game 7 of the ALCS, Boston lays it on the Yankees. Johnny Damon, I think it was Damon, hit a grand slam.
Yep.
They win 10-3. And all of a sudden, the Cardinals have no shot.
Nope.
the Red Sox are a complete buzzsaw, and they run right over St. Louis and sweep them. I'm not saying Boston, would sweep the Nuggets, but if I'm the Nuggets right now, and they are a heavy favorite to win, and rightfully so, if Boston comes out and plays like they did in Game 5, I'd be nervous if I was a Nuggets fan.
Yeah. And if you're a Nuggets fan, you're also thinking, wait a minute, our guys haven't played in so long, they're rusty.
Michael Malone said himself, that it's impossible to keep rhythm without actually playing games.
Yeah.
So
just keep an eye on this whole developing story. It's going to be interesting. This is what I love about sports. You just never know. You really don't.
It's going to be, by the way, as I mentioned earlier, tonight, 7:30 on TNT. Oh, yeah. Kevin Harlan, Stan Van Gundy, and Reggie.
Yeah.
Love that crew together. So,
what were you going to say about D'Angelo Russell? Because I don't want to hear about this.
A trade was presented, media, not to the Mavericks, which involved a 2029 first-round pick, Rui Hachimura, and D'Angelo Russell for Kyrie Irving. Would the Mavericks entertain that? Would you? Let's get into that next here on The Fan.
Be a part of the show.
Nation and Franklin Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Franklin Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, you should contact Franklin Frankel because they have a free consultation at truckwreck.com. That is 214-333-3333.
Mark Stein tells us if the Mavericks would indeed be interested in D'Angelo Russell as part of a sign and trade for Kyrie Irving. I'll have that for you in just a moment. It's a Fan Jam takeover here of what is now the KNC Masterpiece. On this happy Memorial Day weekend, Monday. Rangers baseball coming up. That'll be a 12:10 first pitch, 11:30. The great Mike Peasley will be taking over. Some Rangers news quickly. Some roster moves made ahead of today's matchup at Comerica Park. Right-hander Grant Anderson's contract selected from Round Rock, and Cody Bradford is optioned back to Round Rock, and right-handed pitcher Ricky Vanasco designated for assignment. Also got Game 6 tonight. Dallas Stars. Dallas. I can't. I still don't have.
Give you an A for effort.
Close enough.
Yeah.
I figured out how I can get in. I'm going to drive the Zamboni.
You're Chris Arnold. How do you have a fob, don't you?
You just show up. That's all you do.
I can get in there if I wanted to, but I'm just saying. I thought it'd be a good line.
Well, that place
Somebody's
got to
drive that
rocking
Zamboni
tonight.
See, I'm the one that has to drive the Zamboni as a volunteer if I want to get in.
You'd fit. I could see you as a Zamboni driver. I think
Is that a good thing?
Yeah.
Should I be offended?
No.
Okay.
I think just right now with the hat.
I don't think it's like a jockey situation, though. You don't have to be a certain size.
Is that a high joke?
Anybody can drive the Zamboni out.
At 10:22 in the morning,
Just
that is
don't wreck
quite
it.
rude.
Just
put
don't
some-
wreck it.
If they still made yellow pages, we'd probably put those on the seats, but I think you'll be just fine.
And by the way, shout out to Shippy, keeping that atmosphere all tight.
No doubt. No doubt. Good work over there. So it was put out in the whatever interwebs,
Etherworld,
on a potential trade. Yeah. All right. So we talked about this too. Like Kyrie, to everybody, man, don't be reading too much into that. Like, claiming that the media and all these talking heads are trying to put things, put it like, dude, you sat courtside at the Lakers playoff game. Like, we're not making stuff up just to make it up. And it's been talked about in the past, right? About, Kyrie wanting to, reunite with LeBron James. And that's what it looks like LeBron may be wanting, and rightfully so. I mean, if you put Kyrie with AD and LeBron, they're a Western Conference favorite. One of the top 2, maybe 3 going into next year, right? Hands down.
Yeah.
No matter what the makeup is otherwise, they'd put something together, Rob Pelinka would. But with those 3 guys, that's solid. That's real good. So.
You know what the problem is, though? The problem is you cannot fit those 3 salaries on that team and have a bench. The money would not
Look
add
at
up
Phoenix.
right. Exactly.
Yep.
That's your prime example. And I read an article that actually, I think it was on CBS Sports, or maybe it was Yahoo Sports, that really broke down the dilemma that Rob Pelinka would face, because he has learned his lesson by creating this team with depth by trading away Russell Westbrook's contract. It's like, yes, on paper, if you could have 3 superstars healthy for the playoffs, you could probably go far. But to get to the playoffs, here's LeBron, who's 38 years old. AD, who can be street clothes during the regular season. To even get into the position, you have to have enough depth that LeBron doesn't play all these minutes where he has a high usage rating, where AD doesn't have to play all these minutes where he might get hurt. And you know about Kyrie, if he were even there, he doesn't play every game of the season. So with all those things being said, it's like almost impossible, especially when you try to juggle how there's going to be a harder cap in the CBA with the players and the owners. And it's a situation where Rob Pelinka just can't say, okay, we'll do this, especially when Kyrie wants a very good contract, not just, I'll come there on the cheap. He's not going to do that.
I wouldn't think so.
I think he's got a commitment to the Mavericks myself.
Well, part of the reason why he wanted out from the Nets was because he wanted that, the Supermax deal.
And you know what else? He also said this. He said, I want to go someplace where I'm wanted and not tolerated, because what the Brooklyn Nets offered was a whole bunch of sticklers to the contract. We'll give you this much if you are able to do that. Qualifiers, the best way to put it. It's like you have to play X many games, or can't get into trouble, or it was all these little different things that because they had already lived through, life with Kyrie and all these ups and downs. And he's like, wait a minute.
Yeah, look, since he came to Dallas, and this is, small sample size, hasn't been that much time, but he has been very much tolerable. So I think that's more the answer than anything else, that if you want to be tolerated, be tolerable. But he has been. Now, it's been, rumored or just talked about, or just, I guess, kind of put out there on the Mavericks, if there is a trade with the Lakers, that it would involve D'Angelo Russell, and longtime NBA reporter from Substack, very well connected to the Mavericks, obviously, Mark Stein. He reinforces that the Mavericks still plan to re-sign Kyrie Irving, and even if a sign and trade with the Lakers was on the table, they would not be interested in D'Angelo Russell, which I can say right now with all the confidence is music to Chris Arnold's ears.
That's right.
But
and the number one reason why, let me just say real quick why. In professional basketball, it's all about the playoffs. And in the regular season, you can't have players who can get eliminated out of the playoffs or sit on the bench in foul trouble, or their game doesn't rise to playoff level. The other team can take you out of your game. And D'Angelo Russell, I like him as a guy, and he's a good player, but he just told on himself through these playoffs because he was not there for them when they needed him, which is why, everybody's throwing out these other crazy rumors. Speculation is a sport, and one of the reasons why his name is being bandied about is if he had a great playoff run like Rua, come on now. That's why it's like, what are you laughing about?
The 214.
What's that?
We would rather have D'Angelo the singer than the point guard from the Lakers.
Facts! Tell it, preach. I love that. Yeah, because D'Angelo Russell he did nothing for them in the playoffs. And so you want somebody, we were talking about Rua, right?
Talk about what? Who?
The other guy.
Oh, Rui Hachimura.
Yeah, Rui.
I like Rui.
That's because he showed up in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I hate to go back to Christian Wood because I like him as a person. Christian Wood has been in the league 6 years, never been in the playoffs. And the reason why you can't play him in the playoffs is because he does not really care about defense. He can't learn the defense. And if you were to and everybody say, oh, he's so skilled. Yeah, he can give you 20 points a game in the regular season. But other teams' coaches will designate the guy to eliminate in the playoffs. They got 7 games and say, you know what? We're going to take 20 points away from the Dallas Mavericks. So the Mavericks are like, dude, commit to some defense. He couldn't get it. And then the other guys are like, we need to play other guys because guess what? They can barbecue. It's called barbecue chicken. They can put you in foul trouble with pick and rolls on you. That's why in certain matchups, when the Lakers were taking on Denver, and you had the MVP, Jokic, and Jamal Murray. You had AD and LeBron on those two guys so that they wouldn't lose anybody and somebody wouldn't get in foul trouble, and vice versa. It's all head games on the pick and roll because who's going to get in foul trouble? And Christian Wood would automatically get into foul trouble. And that's what Maverick fans, I want to see Christian Wood.
Okay, so let me ask this to you, but particularly the Tolos out there, 877-881-1053. That is the number on the TruckWreck.com text line. Would you be willing, in order to become better, especially defensively, get a player knowing that your team, a very good possibility, could be one of the most hated teams by fans in the NBA?
Are you talking about Golden State's own?
Not Draymond.
Draymond, I'd welcome Draymond.
I would welcome.
Oh, no, we ain't bringing Dylan Brooks. He is not a good defender.
Hold on.
He's a clown.
Bleacher Report had and one ambitious free agent target for every NBA team. And here they are on the Dallas Mavericks. The scope and ambition of the Dallas Mavericks free agency wish list changes significantly if Kyrie Irving leaves. Let's assume he stays. The Mavs ponied up their best defender, Dorian Finney-Smith, and an unprotected 2029 first-rounder to go get Kyrie. You don't pay that premium if you're not willing to pony up, and most certainly if you think he's a legitimate flight risk. It would be nice if that defense comes attached to shooting. Dylan Brooks will certainly shoot, just not efficiently. But finite spenders can't be choosy.
Oh, please.
And as it stands, Brooks might be a touch too ambitious. But Brooks did just make an all-defensive team.
By default. Let me tell you something. He's got too much baggage, and he's been exposed. Remember I was telling you about it's all about the playoffs? LeBron exposed him, or he exposed himself on that. And again, this is not the place, the Dallas Mavericks, where he gets to learn or we get to find out if he's. It's kind of like saying, oh, I want DeAndre Ayton. Oh, he just needs a change of scenery. DeAndre Ayton costs too much, and you don't, because he costs over $30 million a year, you can't afford
that dude's
to see.
Soft. And
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And so Dylan Brooks is in that same category in a different kind of way. This is not an experiment to, we'll see if we can get something out of it. No. Here's where you go with this. If the Dallas Mavericks, the perfect person, if you're talking about the wildest, what you call it, a wild dream or whatever?
Yeah. Most ambitious.
Most ambitious. If the Boston Celtics were to lose this game tonight, and they have to blow it up, because let's say they get blown out. Let's say for whatever reason, the embarrassment of it all, you just have to blow it up. The perfect player to bring to the Dallas Mavericks is Marcus Smart. And he bring him home. He was Defensive Player of the Year last year.
Mm-hmm.
He is a guy that can dribble the ball and shoot a three. He does all those things. He's got some size. He's got a championship mentality. He's not a fraud like Dylan Brooks. But it would take the Celtics choking away at all.
Yeah. And Dylan Brooks is obviously available.
And when everybody keeps talking about, D'Angelo Russell, all these guys, because like I said, speculation is sport. I ain't mad at nobody with speculation, and this is the time of the year for all that stuff. But they always do one-on-one team trades. Nowadays, it's always the third team involved. Even when Russell Westbrook was contracts traded to Utah, he still didn't wind up in Utah, wind up at Clippers, but also is Minnesota players involved as well. D'Angelo Russell was in Minnesota. But that's too hard for people to think outside the box. It's 3 teams or more. That's why you don't have to be saying, well, this doesn't match up in the trade machine. It's more complicated than that nowadays, and that's to an advantage to the Dallas Mavericks. One other note, unlike last year when Jalen Brunson just walked away, unfortunately, if Kyrie were to just walk away, the Mavericks cleared $25 million in cap space. So anybody that thinks the Mavericks will be screwed, they don't have to do a sign and trade. The Mavericks have all the leverage if Kyrie were to leave for any team. Because guess what? We got cap space and a top 10 pick.
Alec, would you entertain it? Dylan Brooks.
No. Flat out no. Multiple reasons. Chris mentioned it. The baggage that comes with him, but 2, I don't know where the money is going to lie, because apparently he had an offer on the table already, to like an extension offer that he turned down because he wanted more money and he believed that he could get more on the open market. And basically the team said, nah, that's cute that you think that, but we're good. We're going to stop here. And then that's when the under no circumstances report came out, because he has the baggage and he basically told the team, I can get more than that. And they were like, cool.
And shot him out the playoffs too. He can't shoot.
Yeah. So,
and he kept shooting.
And then the on the floor ability, like I know that the tag that gets put on him is there's defensive upside. I don't know if it's going to be consistent enough to warrant what's going to come with him. And if you're already tired of Luka complaining, if you're tired of, the outspokenness of some of this team with ownership, with the head coach, whatever, just wait till the quotes coming from the pressers after Dylan Brooks gets 25 hung on his head.
If he shows up.
Tolos are liking the idea of Marcus Smart, also Karl Anthony Towns being thrown in there as well. That doesn't really help you much on the defensive end, but Anyway, a little bit on the Mavericks there. AM on the FM is next. Where are we going?
Jared Allen's a name they should look at too. Just
okay
for the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Yeah.
Big man bringing back home from the University of Texas.
He's
a fit.
I like it.
Got the question of the day for you guys coming up next, and all the reasons why I hate Dylan Brooks. No, just kidding. Coach Prime is doing massive numbers in terms of sales in Colorado. I'm going to give you some of those numbers next.
Woo. Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it'll be a Friday show and a short one. We'll have some.
Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet has a Memorial Day savings you want. And just like Texas, Classic is doing its part to drive America forward. So don't miss one-time holiday savings to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Nathan Evaldi getting set to take the hill for the Rangers today at Comerica Park. We're taking you all the way up to Rangers coverage. That will begin with Mike Peasley. Coming up in about 45 minutes from now, we'll talk with Jared Sandler a little bit after 11 o'clock to get you ready for this Memorial Day Rangers-Tigers matchup. It's the Fan Jam Takeover here, 105.3 The Fan. Will Chambers, Chris Arnold, Alec Medford here with you with Joey Erickson and Ryan Couture. It's now time for AM on the FM.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Reality can be whatever I want. Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it.
Don't do
it's
it.
AM on the FM. I'm going across all of the different day parts here on 105.3 The Fan with AM on the FM. Did G-Bag a couple of times last week. Now it's made its midday debut. I've done it on the morning show on a couple other holidays. So I think we've covered all the bases now. All the weekend shows, all the daytime shows. The night show, here we are. We have completed,
clock, man.
We have completed the trip around the clock. So 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to answer the question of the day. That's how we start off this segment if you are unfamiliar each and every time. And today, usually the question of the day has some sort of like tie-in maybe to the holiday or whatever, or something I saw on Twitter, like a thread. I'm like, I need an opinion on that. No, today was just kind of one of those random questions that I thought would be a fun one. If you could have any fictional character as your best friend in real life, who would it be? 877-881-1053, twitch.tv/DallasFanCam. You can get involved to answer the question either way. I was going for one that would stump you, and it looks like I've achieved my goal. Oh, what's up? Kevin Gray is in the Twitch chat. What's up, KG?
What up, KG?
Did you have one in mind? That is really a stumper.
Yeah, so like there's a few names that come to mind pretty quickly for me. I would say one of them for me, because I watched the show religiously growing up, would be Kelso from That 70s Show. I think he would be a fantastic real-life partner in crime. Another one that you guys wouldn't know because it was more recent, like early 2010s, Rigby from Regular Show, animated series on Cartoon Network. Joey might know.
Is that the X-rated stuff?
No, not at all. That was.
I think it's more silly than anything, right?
It was a teenager show
on a Friday night on Cartoon Network.
It was a little edgy, and it was pitched as an Adult Swim show, but they actually said, "Hey, let's market that to teenagers instead." Kevin Gray chiming in saying Tony Stark.
Yeah, that's a good call.
That's a good call. Really, any of those like Marvel characters I'd take because
you got a bunch of them coming here. Captain America, Steve Rogers, John Wick.
A lot of Genie from Aladdin.
Yeah, Genie from Aladdin. Will Smith, Genie from the Aladdin, Superman.
See, Han Solo from the 405. I feel like he'd be
Pink
a good
Panther.
partner in crime.
I would like to put in Michael Scott.
Yes. Yes. I'll take that. If you want the real life Michael Scott, just go find the Arizona Cardinals head coach. That weirdo. Yeah, those would probably be mine. Those Marvel characters and the Star Wars characters are great too.
Oh, yeah.
Like I feel like Chewbacca would be a great friend. He's very loyal. Yoda would give some of the best advice ever. Imagine getting breakup advice from Yoda.
Yes, talking backwards. And by the way, the actor that played Chewbacca, he lived in Fort Worth.
Yeah, I met him when I was real little. Yeah, it's sitting on my nightstand. I got a picture of Chewbacca signed to Alec from Peter Mayhew. He was nicest human ever. Rest in peace. But
I'll throw in a Daniel Ocean.
Okay. Strong. We are seeing lots of got another Captain America.
Tony Soprano.
Tony Soprano was honestly the first name that popped in my head as you were talking too.
Optimus Prime from the 817.
I don't know if I'd really want Tony, but it did pop in there.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd want Optimus Prime because it feels like someone's always after his head.
Yeah.
So I feel like you'd get caught in the crossfire of a lot of different things. 702 Chewbacca, there you go. Bart Simpson from the 972.
214 says, when I was a kid, I always wanted Johnny Quest to be my friend. Johnny Quest was a cartoon back in the day. I named my dog after his dog, or after his friend. I named my dog Saji because that was his friend's name.
Mm-hmm.
That cartoon.
See, RC Bowen on the Twitch chat says Aquaman.
Loved Aquaman.
John Cena's Peacemaker from the 469. Yes, 1,000 times yes. That is one of the funniest cartoon or comic character iterations we've seen in a while. That he fits that role so well. Marty McFly from the 469.
Richie Rich, the Hulk.
The Hulk is interesting. I want to know what kind of trouble you're trying to get into there.
Green trouble.
Yeah, Ron Burgundy from the 214. That's fantastic. Really, any Will Ferrell character.
Yeah,
I'd take that. From the 214, regular show is fantastic. Thank you. Deadpool 972.
Yes, Deadpool. You know what? That's who I want to be with.
Yeah,
that's who I want to hang out with.
so.
Deadpool. That's my guy. That's my favorite.
I think I'll add that to the
superhero.
list. Yeah,
Yep.
Deadpool, because Ryan
Good looking
Reynolds, just the sense of humor.
Oh yeah.
I feel like I'd always be in a good mood around Deadpool, even though he's like mourning all the time because his girlfriend exploded or whatever.
Oh, spoiler.
Yeah, for a movie that's been out for 10 years.
Yes.
Still
waiting for the next one.
So keep those rolling in on the truckrate.com text line 877-881-1053. I teased going into this segment that it's no secret. Coach Prime makes a lot of money for a lot of people. And
Deion
I believe
Sanders.
Chris and I were actually on the air when Colorado's spring game was going on.
Mm-hmm.
We got some financial numbers from that spring game.
Let me say this before you give those numbers. We're on the air watching this game. They're in Colorado. It is snowing. Colorado has sucked so bad this century that they couldn't get 4,000 or 5,000 people to show up for the spring game. It was snowing a couple of weeks ago when they had the spring game. Deion was wearing a cowboy hat and
sunglasses.
And it was surreal watching this, and everybody's just going crazy because it was a huge crowd. Go ahead.
So, because of that huge crowd, the school's athletic director, Rick George, was interviewed by Buff Zone, one of the different outlets out there in Colorado covering the Buffaloes. He talked with them in a sit-down and said that the spring game turned a $200,000 profit on ticket sales and another $123,000 in profit from merch.
Woo!
For a spring game.
That nobody was ever going to until
it is insane.
Till they hired Coach Prime.
For a spring game, a scrimmage.
Yeah, and like
in the snow.
Alec mentioned, we're watching this live because ESPN was carrying a spring game live. That's how big Deion Sanders is. And what
he's going to make
from
them
the HBCUs to bring it to the Power 5.
They're picked to win like 3 games this year.
Exactly.
And
but Colorado isn't that good.
But it's so much of it is an unknown, right? Because so many players left and new players coming in. That's what I'm interested in seeing. I was like, okay, as Deion put it, I'm bringing Gucci.
Yep. We're coming. We're coming.
It's going to be really interesting to see how that pans out, but at least you know he's going to make the school some cash pretty quick.
Yeah, exactly. And if you want to see it live, get your tickets now because they're playing TCU. TCU's home opener at Amon Carter. It will be carried on Fox. If you haven't heard, it's going to be carried on Fox, but you know game day is going to be there. Everybody's going to be at that game because TCU, of course, made the miracle run to the national championship game last year, and then this year they're reloading. And, of course, Deion Sanders in Colorado, all the kids they brought in through the portal, what are they going to look like? If Deion wins, if he wins 4 games, they've already won because the over and under is 3. And, in other words, it's not like he's following, Nick Saban.
Well, and also, I think maybe this came up on G-Bag, that right now, the biggest, what do you call it? It's essentially the biggest risk for Vegas, what they have out there right now, that so many people because the number was so long, if It's for Colorado to win the national championship. I can't remember what number it is, but there's
my God, that's
there's
an
enough
astronomical.
on the books right now that if that were to happen, they would take a huge loss.
Vegas would be in trouble.
Yeah. It's their biggest
That's
liability or something at the moment.
Are you saying bookies would be jumping off of buildings?
Buildings may implode.
Like a stock market crash?
The money might have to jump out of your pocket if you want to see Colorado play TCU. I just ran over to StubHub real quick just to look at the get-in price on their website for that game. For a ticket in the 400 level, row S, so pretty much the last row, $214. Cheapest ticket.
Hey.
Okay.
So you're going to have to pay a pretty penny if you
Go
want to go
Frogs.
see TCU versus Coach Prime and company. I'm going to pivot here before we read some more texts. I love myself a good Florida man headline.
Ditto.
Love a good Florida man
Yeah,
headline.
buddy.
This is a 48-year-old man in Florida. He was awarded just shy of $8 million after suing Burger King in 2021 for slipping on the floor at a Hollywood, Florida location. So the plaintiff sustained lower back injuries after slipping
my
on
neck and my back.
His neck,
I'm gonna sue for
his back.
$150,000. We could sell out of court right now.
Joey,
after
I see you
slipping
laughing.
on a, quote, foreign substance at a Burger King, and it was so severe that he required surgery on a perforated colon. So a report from Fox Business detailed how it all played out. It was a 2-year process that ended up resulting in the findings that there was no wet floor sign out when this foreign substance was on the ground, and that was his
Did it
argument.
have the little yellow thing just laying, that little cone kind of looking?
They didn't have anything out, according to the findings. So now they are being ordered to pay out $7,809,765.
Hey. That's on you, Burger King.
So
I bet you the general manager of that store has
Is
been
not-
fired.
Yeah, he's not employed.
yeah, so the jokes that people make of like when they see a wet puddle or something on the floor, they're like, I'm going to go step on that, get me a payday. That actually happened for a Florida man out at a Burger King in Hollywood. Some more answers to the question of the day before we wrap up here on AM on the FM. It was, what fictional character would you want to be your best friend in real life?
Walter White. Wow.
Breaking
So
Bad.
sounds like you either want to die or you want to go to jail. Interesting. I don't hate around here. 214 Return of the Jedi Princess Leia. Understandable. Let's see. Doc Brown from the 903. Does Megan Fox from Transformers count? That's a fictional character. Sure, I'll take it. 817. Ted Lasso from the 817. McLovin. Interesting. Seth from Superbad. Someone said Jaw Wick. He's
John Moran, Wick. Yeah, I got you.
He's turning into a character. But that's AM on the FM.
Oh,
right
one
here
more.
on 105.3 The Fan.
One more. The 817 says, Beavis and Butthead.
Oh, my God. I couldn't handle more than 10 minutes with
Yeah.
those guys, although that'd be a funny 10 minutes.
I'd set the over-under at 7.5.
Oh, AM on the FM. Good stuff
Good
as
stuff,
always.
Alex.
We get
Thanks,
you
guys.
set for Rangers and Tigers. The biggest disappointments, the biggest surprises. Will the Rangers end up with the most wins in baseball? Those answered by the analyst next here on the Fan.
KNCSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
It is a Fan Jam takeover. Will Chambers, Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
You know who that is. He's in 3 Hall of Fames. Alec Medford here with you as well. Joey Erickson back on the 1s and 2s. Puck Daddy. Ryan Coutreras handling the video on Twitch. So a shout out to all you Twillos out there. Appreciate you hanging with us. Rangers baseball coming up with coverage beginning at 11:30 with the great Mike Peasley, who's in the house. We'll talk with Jared Sandler here in about 15 minutes. But coming across a piece on ESPN now that we've hit Memorial Day, where they asked their MLB experts, Bradford Doolittle, June Lee, Buster Olney, and David Schoenfeld, on the things that stand out to them so far early on in this season. And one of the things that was asked was whom is going to come away with, which team will finish the season with the most wins in Major League Baseball? And you can put the Rangers in that discussion, although we think right now, like,
Rays.
Okay, come on. Right?
Rays.
But let's think about this rationally for a minute when you look across. You say the Rays. Rays right now have it 39-16. 32-21 for the Braves, 32-22 for the Dodgers. Orioles 34-19, Rangers 33-19. Here's where, and they mentioned this in here, a few of them did, Schoenfield, Olney. The Toronto Blue Jays are in last place in the AL East. If they were playing in the American League Central, they'd be in first place.
What's their record?
28-26. The Twins are leading the Central at 27-26. The East is going to beat each other up.
Yep.
At some point.
The Central's off on like no good teams in it. Now, the Houston Astros are surging. They've won 3 in a row, 8 of their last 10. They have survived the injuries they had early on in the season. That's going to be an issue, and Seattle is pretty good. I think the answer to me would be Atlanta because the Mets just are kind of floundering. Marlins aren't that good, and the Braves are really good. Everybody else, the NL Central stinks top to bottom. And then in the West, enough of a fight from the Diamondbacks and the Giants with the Dodgers, I think, to pull away as much. So my pick would be the Braves. However, the Rangers are where they are right now, and offensively the best team in Major League Baseball. Maybe they don't finish out the year as the best team, whatever statistics show. But I don't look at this lineup and go, oh, yeah, there's going to be a big drop-off at some point.
I don't either. And especially, I tweeted this last night. Mitch Garver is on rehab assignment with AAA Round Rock. That is a power bat that you have not had for well over a month, and you are still getting this kind of production. Imagine whenever he comes back from that assignment and he takes the place of Sandy Leone, who, you know, he's not a scrub, but he's not Mitch Garver. Whenever you get that power bat added back to the middle to the bottom of the lineup, whenever you got guys in scoring position, you got guys on base, this is going to be fun.
And not to mention, the same could be said with the starting pitching without Jacob deGrom.
Exactly. The same exact thing can be said because the guy on the mound today,
Evaldi's been terrific.
He's been nobody. In other words, DeGrom can rehab, take his time, doesn't have to be rushed. The logic going out of the spring training was, okay, they got DeGrom. I'm talking about from observers from afar. They got DeGrom, but if he gets hurt, he's going to get hurt. They're screwed. They don't realize this rotation is legit. The entire rotation is legit. It is not Jacob deGrom and the Three Wise Men or Jacob deGrom and the Seven Dwarfs.
Now, doesn't take a Buster Olney or a Peter Gammons to figure out what the weakness is on this team, but you're sitting where you are right now at 33-19. You've done so without Jacob deGrom. Your offense looks really good. I think that they're going to be going out to get at least some help in the bullpen, so things could actually turn out to be better after July.
Yep. And here's the deal. This is why it could get better. if the Rangers were a thirsty team, they were just thirsty, and the bullpen is just killing them, and they can't overcome anything because of the bullpen, then they would lose any kind of leverage and give up something that could possibly be making them worse. Right now, it's like they're surviving their own bullpen, whether it's with a lot of offense and runs or whether it's the pitchers going deep, 6 and 7, 8 innings, maybe 9 innings sometimes. Bottom line is there's no rush, and you can pick and choose the best guy who could be in your bullpen as your closer.
And on the bullpen topic real quick, they are trying some internal options too. They have some internal options in the farm system. You saw them make the move to DFA Ian Kennedy. That was a very telling sign, a veteran guy that's been on the team before. He's gone. Today, just this morning, you call up right-hander Grant Anderson, who right now, through his season in AAA, he's got 2 holds and a save, and opposing hitters are batting just 182 off of him. So they're trying. They're not going to just roll over and say, this is what we have right now. We'll try some things internally, and as we get further into the season, you'll see some moves. I'm sure of that.
This is what David Schoenfeld had to say to that answer. I still think the AL East teams are going to beat up on each other. The Rays, for example, have played 21 of their 52 division games, so still have 33 to go. The Rangers have blitzed through these first 2 months and have an impressive run differential and perhaps a Cy Young contender. Nathan Eovaldi, not DeGrom.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll go with the Braves. The NL East doesn't look so tough with the Mets and Phillies scrambling. So he'll say 102 wins there. Thought it was pretty interesting, to see.
Love it.
Most have for the biggest surprise, Baltimore. Baltimore to me just looks like the Astros and the Cubs. All done homegrown, that whole deal. The biggest disappointment's pretty easy, and I wonder right now, I was doing BetQL yesterday with Eric Chiafalo, and we are looking at futures. Because there's going to be some sort of team that we're sitting here as we're just shy of June that is going to make a push and probably make it into the playoffs and have a legitimate shot of winning a World Series. You would think. It usually happens in a baseball season.
Mm-hmm.
Outside of who we know is the top, the Dodgers are always going to be in that conversation. But think about it, the Braves last year were a mess the first couple months of the season. And it was a consensus here on ESPN. What team is the biggest disappointment? Padres.
Yeah.
Who right now sit at 24 and 29, 7.5 back of the Dodgers in second to last place in the AL West.
They have spent some money on that roster.
Yeah, lots of assets being dealt out there and not a lot of return. Took Juan Soto up
Tatis, Machado, Xander Bogaerts. The offense has been awful.
Yeah. It took Juan Soto until last week to start hitting. That's not what you need in that division. You need some urgency, and there has been none.
It's pretty crazy. But, I always think that there is, somewhat of a regression to the mean or a progression to the mean. There's no way we're going with that big four playing as anemic as they have at the plate.
No.
Blake Snell and Joe Musgrove, too, not exactly killing it. Anyway. So I think plus 2,800, something like that, 28 to 1. Check it out.
The Padres, by the way, their roster is $180 million. Wow. Third only to the Mets and the Yankees.
Goodness gracious.
Payroll.
See if they can get that thing turned around. Nathan Eovaldi, indeed a Cy Young candidate. Let's talk to Jared Saylor about that next.
If you need to buy a
Get the top stories, exclusive podcasts, video content, and much more 24/7 at 1053thefan.com.
This segment on The Fan is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Because life is unpredictable and accidents happen, Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com, or you can call 214-333-3333.
The Rangers fall to the Baltimore Orioles, but they win the series. Now they open up another one today on this Memorial Day Monday with the Detroit Tigers. One final time, it's the Fan Jam Takeover. Will Chambers, Chris Arnold,
got you down.
Alec Medford. A great thanks to Joey Erickson and Ryan Couture back there for their great work today. And ahead of possibly a Cy Young contender, Nathan Eovaldi taking the bump for the Rangers. Let's bring in Jared Sandler, thanks to our good friends at Blue Nail Roofing. Was reading today from David Schoenfield and others from ESPN calling Eovaldi a Cy Young contender. Your thoughts on that, Jared?
I don't know how he can't be. Obviously there's still a lot of baseball left to be played, and a part of winning that award is, being able to do it over the course of the season. But, if you were to assess it based on what we've seen right now, you look at his numbers, what he's accomplished, he's got to be in the conversation. I don't know that he wins it. Sonny Gray's gotten off to a great start and, tough competition in the American League, but he's getting votes. He's in the conversation, and I think that's, a testament to, the ability to give length to this team and, what he's done stepping up in the absence of Jacob deGrom.
So we were just having a conversation because within this piece they were asking and speculating, okay, whom could have the most wins in Major League Baseball? And nobody picked the Rangers. The Rays right now, the top spot, but the AL East is just incredible. But we were talking about, well, the Rangers right now, what are they? The best offensive team in baseball. I look at this lineup and go, okay, even if it doesn't maintain where it is right now, I'm not looking at this lineup going, I could see a real big step back at some point, and then the possibility, or it seems the inevitability, of the Rangers at least doing something with the bullpen before, the trade deadline, that things could actually be getting better for the Rangers in months to come. What do you think about that?
Well, yeah, hopefully they can keep Corey Seager healthy. They get Jacob deGrom back. You get your best pitcher and your best position player healthy. That's going to help. And then, the inevitability of making, not just bullpen moves singular, but moves plural. And maybe it starts with today with Grant Anderson getting the call up when he takes the mound. He'll make his Major League debut. He's had a really nice year in AAA. He strikes a lot of guys out, and that's something that this bullpen doesn't have much of, guys who can strike guys out. And even if Grant Anderson is just, able to help extend a little support for a few weeks until the Rangers can get to the point in the year where trade season really kicks in. They just need something. They need something to step up and help this bullpen out. And, it's going to have to be internal for now, but eventually you get to making some trades and, then you incorporate all the external options too.
I was trying to think of ways that this could possibly get better for the lineup and the offense. Like, how could this get any better? It's been going so well. And then I go on Twitter last night and see that Mitch Garver hit a home run for the AAA Round Rock Express. So do we have any update on Mitch Garver's timeline, and how exciting is it going to be when he finally returns?
Yeah, he's supposed to rejoin the team when the ball club begins the homestand on Friday. So, he'll spend the next few days getting some more rehab work in, and then maybe, a day off or two. And I think, what Bruce Bochy said earlier today is that the club expects to activate him on Friday. So that'll be exciting, and it just adds to the depth that this ball club has. And, it's going to give them the opportunity to keep Mitch Garver fresh and healthy. He won't need to be in there every day. Same with Jonah Heim, same with Adolis Garcia and keeping him off his legs DH days. Same with Corey Seager in DH days, and, maybe a day off here or there. Whatever the case is, the Rangers are in a great position as far as depth is concerned with their lineup.
They sure are in great position. And you mentioned Adolis Garcia. Does he feel like he's in a home run drought? He hadn't hit one in 10 games, but he had been on fire. Is his mind still right? I don't think it's bothering him, but I'm just asking because you're right there.
Yeah, I think so. He hasn't had an RBI now in 7 straight games, which is the longest stretch he's had all year. So I'm sure he's jonesing to drive in some more runs. And, yeah, the long ball is fun too. But, I think he's in a good place. He's still finding ways to be productive. And, hopefully he can maybe leave the yard here today. Maybe that's what he needed, Chris. He needed you to ask this question to give him a little bit of a kickstart.
And I can do another drop.
Anything else that we can do just to get him back on the right track here. So, hey, buddy, have a great call today. Appreciate it. Happy Memorial Day.
Yeah, and to everyone out there for whom this holiday is meaningful, sending lots of love to those individuals and their families.
Yes, sir.
No doubt about it. Thank you, buddy. That's Jared Sandler. Thanks to our friends at Blue Nail Roofing, live from Comerica Park, where the Rangers begin a 3-game set with the Tigers. That'll be followed up with the Mariners. So, man, that AL East.
It's the beast. It's not the least. It's the beast.
Like, it's absolutely remarkable. But we looked at this team in the offseason, and, we all try to have a bit of cautious optimism, I suppose.
Yeah.
But after addressing the offense an offseason ago, then what you did with the starting pitching, they've obviously exceeded expectations at this point. But and this is the optimist in me just going, I could see it actually getting a little bit better.
Enjoy it.
It could. And guess what? You can watch it all with us at Globe Life Field on Saturday.
That's right.
3 of us.
That's right. We will be there ahead of the matchup with Seattle. That's right. They start that 3-game set on Friday. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, first pitch at 3:05. So we will be live starting at 9 o'clock, the 3 of us. Happy Memorial Day to all of you out there and to all of those that have sacrificed, the family members and friends thereof. We appreciate you more than we can say. Rangers baseball is next.
Always a welcome sign for